2 โล Georgia, the next Soviet country in the Caucasus region. I've been in this country for 3 days now, traveling to this place, and so far I find it really interesting. It's like this mix between the Soviet Union, Western Europe and Asia. The nature is untouched, the cities are really interesting, and the railway system is still completely Soviet. I've wanted to ride these Soviet trains for a while now. Initially wanted to go to Russia. Since a senile man decided he wanted more land, it's quite hard to go there now without being used as political leverage. So, this is the second option. We're now on a abandoned fortress about 16 kilometers from the Azerbaijani border. And we want to ride the freight from this town all the way to the Black Sea. You see those buildings right there? That's a big limestone mine. And there are trains running from that mine to a factory somewhere around the capital, Tbilisi. You hear that hauling? That's a very little puppy right there. We're gonna see it when we get down. We were with it yesterday, we gave it some food. And we climbed up here, and obviously the puppy can't really go up there. It was too dangerous, so we had to like distract it with food, and we had to literally sprint all the way to there to climb it. But it's aware of our presence, so that's why it's hauling right now. We're gonna go down, say hi to the puppy, and then go to the village. This journey, I'm joined by Chai. And this is where we slept. This is the view, it's really nice. I mean, you can't really see that much because it's cloudy. When it's not so cloudy, you can actually see like big mountains in the distance. That's Russia. Like over there somewhere starts Azerbaijan. So yeah, we're really at the edge of the country. This is not so fun, especially not with a fucking big backpack.
No one else has to go first in this.
Oh really? Nah. There it is. Oh. Good God, he's trying to like that. Well, it's still something to like. Go. Hey. So right there is the exit of my train tracks. And there is no train, but there is actually a car. Hello. So we're gonna follow these busted up tracks. I don't know if it shows on camera, but the rails are so curvy and twisted. Pretty hard to actually imagine the train driving here. But yeah, it's the only track leading into the mine, so it's used every day. Vehicles, gas pipes above ground, the houses, the walls. It's also Soviet Union here. It's really cool. Cool bread. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Ah, it's okay. Yeah? it's okay, okay, okay. Bro, it's like so much. You want?
Ah, fuck, this is
It's pure alcohol.
alcohol, man.
That's too much. Dat wil ik niet. Oké, nee, dan. Maar nog. Oké, oké. Нет, нет. Это добро. Да? Мадло. Ciao. Oh my god. Man, he gave me like half a liter of Rocky to drink. Oh, I also got one on the go. Yeah, he gave me one on the go. There's a station. It's 10 in the morning. I'm already drunk. Fucking guy brought me so much rakia. Well, I guess Soviets will be Soviet. Oh shit, there's literally police right in front of me. Great. Right, so this station is actually abandoned. There are no passenger trains anymore, but there are like people still here for. There's literally a train like pulling out right as we're here. Let's go up. Alright, so yesterday there were some connections here, but they're gone now. They will pull tomorrow in the night. Now there's a shunting lock that is gonna pull those empty wagons back to the mine where they're gonna get filled up, and they're gonna return back here, and hopefully the electric loco comes and takes it to the capital city. Or the main thing is just finding a waiting spot where we're not too much in the sun and also not too much inside of the workers. And I guess we just wait at the throat of the yard, see what happens there. If the electric locomotive pulls in, we have to get ready. If there's no electric locomotive around, we can just chill because the shunting one is only pulling the wagons from the mine to there. It's not gonna go out of town. It stays here as his home here, you know. He's homesick when he leaves this yard. We should climb this Soviet crane. Oh, there's a little relic there. Dude, this is such a shit spot. You can see everything. That means I'm eating a big apple, Russian. So they also speak Russian in this country since it was part of the Soviet Union. Georgian is still the main language, but that language is so weird. I was at home trying to pronounce some sentences, but I accidentally guessed some evil spells. Now my cat is a dog and I can't see the color blue anymore. I know like basic words like Kamardoba is good day, and Yak is yes, Ara is no. Constantly hear these people around you saying like ara ara, like it's some kind of an anime. I also can't read the language, I just learned to read Cyrillic, but their writing is like so different. You're probably gonna see it later in the video. It's like some kind of alien language. It's really strange, but it's interesting, of course. So while I was eating this big yablaka, they actually pulled on a connection right here. I filled one. They pull it in like 3 or 4 cars at a time because the tracks are so steep and so bad that the shunter lock can only like pull a few at a time because it's not strong enough to pull the entire string. So now it's going back to the mine and it's going to probably pick up the rest. Yeah, I think it's police. But you know what? They want to fight, they can fight. I just don't fight them. So I looked around and I didn't see any operator of it. I also don't see the drone anymore. But it really
flying over him?
It was probably just a random person flying his drone, I guess, because nothing really happened, and like I really thought that the police have like these things here. Really strange. Maybe it's the Russians flying their drone all the way from the border. The yard is totally dead, no movement at all, and it's such a beautiful area, so we decided to actually do something. We walked up this hill, and there's this beautiful church. The area is really nice, so much flatlands around. Normally when we go in a mountainous area, the views also we can see so far, and we only know that. It's really interesting. Chicken. And there is a full connection. Well, it's not entirely like as long as we think it's gonna be when it drives out, but we still don't want to miss it, so we're probably gonna just go for it, hide inside and see what happens. Running out. The route here, the only train you can take from this city to Tbilisi. There is no passenger transport, nothing. The only way to see this line is on a freight train. This log does have side mirrors and quite a bit in front, or let's say we're in the middle of the train, so we have to be cautious. Yeah, we're used to that. These tracks and these wagons are very old. That's why we're going so slow in the turns. Maybe we're gonna go faster like on some parts of the track, but I think this is gonna be the speed for a while. I actually want to go to the last wagon. The train's going so slow, so we're going to like jump out, let it roll by, and try to catch it on the fly. Quite our cool border. Shit. I'm not in the last wagon, but it was speeding up and I had barely any room to catch it. It was quite hard, I was in the bush.
Really?
Yeah.
Shit, I just waited till the end came and grabbed the ladder.
Nice.
Look at the trucks, man!
Man, look at the drugs indeed. Hey guys. This is sick. Yeah, boy. Sweet zoom. This looks so chill. Oh man, this is great. This train is just not going any faster than I think we're doing like 20 or 25, and this is like the max speed. I don't even care. We have the entire day. It's only 11. The good thing is also that there are like no passenger stations on this line, so not a lot of railway personnel around. quite alright. Alright, I'm gonna jump, yeah? Let's go. We're off. Just like that. Oh man, what a ride. What an amazing ride. Let's go. Nice one. We made it. Yeah. So coincidentally, your train stopped really close to one of the biggest supermarkets in the country. So we got some supplies. It is starting to rain right now, so we're gonna have to find some shelter for the night. We're gonna go to the lake and see there. We made it to the lake, so guys, this is the lake. As you can see, it's beautiful. We're actually gonna take a dive in it. Oh, looking so much forward with this, man. And so we're trying to find some places to sleep in over here. It's quite a nice abandoned building, but it's not as abandoned as we thought. There's a kid in the car. It seems like people are squatting here. And it's like annoying dogs. Oh, I bet that's like a fucking sign that says like, oh, don't swim here, please. Only swim where we made like paid entrances and resorts. I mean, this is a hydroelectric dam, so it's not always like smart idea to swim in it. But I know there are like proper beaches here where you can swim, and the dam is, as far as I know, not close to here. So I think we'll be fine. Nice. That's great. Always the best feeling for a dusty freight line jumping in water. Yeah, so we're gonna chill here now. And then we're actually gonna find some kind of a spot where we can maybe put a tarp. The sun is coming out right there. Maybe we even might have a sunset. It's still like warm outside. The water is great. Yeah, this is really nice. Alright, now it's time for some food. I'm gonna make pasta. And normally I use these blocks, but I ran out of them. And now I'm actually using this one, which is basically like a solid alcohol or something. Literally smells like the vodka I got from that guy back in the other city. So yeah, I don't know, I never tried it. I think we're just going to reuse it, so it should be good. And now it liquefies when it's burning, that's why I put the stones right here, so it doesn't like spread all the way and like burn these things off. So yeah, let's try it. Now you can literally see it melt. So, we're gonna make some pasta pesto. So first, we're gonna put pesto
So the forecast predicted that it's gonna rain. Well, maybe there are gonna be some showers. So that's why we set it up with doors. Or at least try to set up a start. I also put dark, but I don't have the road right. I'm not a professional, so I set this thing up and get out of my hammock and crawl under here. Yeah, let's hope it just doesn't rain.
This might be a squad.
Man, if I was them, I would just build up a shack right there instead of just stinky building. Too soon to put anybody back to the that's genius.
Is actually really interesting since it's still a Soviet metro system. It's very deep underground. You have these old escalators, these Soviet platforms, metros. It's really nice. But then, like, it's all with digital card. You can buy any paper tickets. The ticketing system is very modern, while the metro system is very, very old.
Sick. Very interesting building, that one. Very interesting scenery. A lot of things going on. A lot of building styles also. A modern stadium. We have the Soviet apartments. A random Ferris wheel in between the trees. The river. The mountains. And there's a lot to see. So many cars everywhere. Wide roads. Traffic jams. Georgia, and Tbilisi in particular, is still dominated by car. We're on the highest building in the vicinity now. That's the building where we just saw right there, the White House. No, we're a bit higher. We're on like 3 buildings further, but yet such a difference. Oh, another busy road. It's such a mess down there. Like people really don't know how to drive here. Traffic is also like pretty self-governing. People just kind of drive and you also see so many cars, you know, like a problem or a rear wheel here. They're still driving around with the license plates strapped to the front with some duct tape. They also like to honk, or like the smallest thing, they honk. And sometimes it's really nerve-wracking to walk next to the street, across the street. Woo, man. A little bit more of it and I'll fly away. Alright, now it's also pouring down suddenly. That, guys. So yeah, this is what I mean. It's not so convenient to just get to the other side of the road. Alright, so I found a glitch in the system. I saw that all these people queuing up, but they're queuing up for nothing. Like there is nothing here. It's just like, yeah, sometimes it happens, you know, a little glitch. It's so weird. Of the city. There are some interesting buildings here, more old Soviet style. So this is why we came to here. These brutalistic buildings with an overpass connecting them. It would be sick to actually get on the overpass or on one of these roofs. Looking over there, the overpass just continues. All these buildings are connected. So in order for this elevator to work, we need to put in 20 cents. No fine, no debt, no 20. We don't have any cash. It's such a weird system, so right now we have to wait until somebody calls the elevator down. So this is what I mean with the extreme contrast between old and modern. Like there you have the old Soviet block, and then you cross the street. Right here, you just have a crypto machine.
machine where you can literally buy just crypto. This is by far the most historic place. Yeah.
Which should be about 6 to 8 overnight. We're not sure if anything will stop here or if they will go slow enough for us to catch them. It's just a wild guess. There is one big yard, main yard of TBC, but after that yard there are like so many splits. We can go to Armenia, we can go to the other side, and over here all the trains that arrive on this line go in the right direction. Right, so go the way you went here. Oh, I actually see a worker walking over the train connection. I think it's making the connection ready to go in the other direction. Because there is no lock here. Ah, that sucks. Anyway, that's really weird. So a train passed, they are going way too fast here to catch. This train just got like a wheel blocks under it, so it's also not going. So we're gonna head to the main yard. Pulling in or pulling out to not be sure. But if it's pulling out, we might actually take it. It's probably going to go to Armenia though, since it's on the wrong side of the yard. It's also carrying a shunting lock. It's probably going nearby because there are a lot of tanker terminals. Or it's marshalling, not sure. What the fuck?
Kind of blocked.
Yeah. Ah, fuck.
Is it a worker?
Yeah, thing.
Looks like a worker.
Yeah, he's a worker with a stick.
Alright, so we missed that turn while we were on the rival spot, and there was also one on the right. And after that train left, we saw the bull, the yard security taking out like a badge and fast, and was coming towards us. Otherwise, something gonna do it.
We were leaving, so we didn't really care, but I think if we would still stand there, he would actually say something. A bit sad, because that was a pretty good train. It was long in that containers. I think probably went to the sea. There's another train pulling in there now. But these container wagons are not rideable. We don't have a lot of options. Just really need to keep our eyes peeled for gondola trains. And then just hoping it goes in the right direction. It's not the best spot here, but with some patience, I think we might actually catch something.
So this is our new spot. We're waiting at the throat of the yard. There are workers with watchtower. It's not the best spot, but we don't have a lot of options here. So.
Only this shift?
What the front one is different?
Yeah, flat, but still, there is literally no way, it's not fucking tunnel bullshit. Alright, we've been waiting at the spot for 2 days now. It's not the first of traffic, there are plenty of good trains pulling into the yard and gondola with all the right wagons. But for some reason, not a single rideable car is pulling out of the yard. It's almost like they drive the gondolas to there, and over here they just put the gondolas with trucks, and they drive them by road back to the port, fill them up again, drive them by tractor. It's literally feeling like that. Almost every train that's pulling in is rideable. There's nothing that's pulling out is rideable. And the spot is so exposed. All the workers see us, drivers see us, everybody knows we're there. They just don't really give a fuck, which is great, and I hope it stays that way, you know. But I'm just getting tired of it. We can't really move around in the sun. It's really hot. There is this rotting mouse in every few minutes. vape or often smell just fills your nose. These are like the small things you get really frustrated by. On the other side, you see literally every type of cargo, every worker. You see the progress of them building new poles and connecting new wires. I mean, you saw the workers like arguing with each other, and then one guy was like arguing with the guy who announces the trains over the speakers, but the guy was like arguing through the speakers, so he was screaming at the booth, and then he was like arguing for the entire logo. This is funny shit you see also. Anyway, the only thing we can do is literally wait more and more and more until finally something good pulls in. So yeah, hopefully nobody's gonna come up to us to send us away or question what we do, and hopefully in the next couple of hours there will be a rideable train, because otherwise, I mean, yeah, oh fuck, there's something coming. See, this is not rideable. Nothing that fucking pulls out of here is rideable, but yet everything that pulls in is rideable. Alright. I get her below this spot in the yard. Again, we saw the train. Let's say this weekend, I think I saw like 3 or 4 gondolas pulling into the yard, and there is not one single gondola moved out in that direction. So that's why I'm going quick. This make any fucking sense. Every yard is an enigma, but this one has a pretty hard one. So добре. Это куда? Это не. Okay, this debug need to be done. Right, so the bonus network of this game in 2 days. Actually expected it very sooner, but anyway. He said this is private, and he also said, well, it's not a judge. Like I said, it's such a word that we don't understand in general. I think he said that you know that's private, it's not, but you might also get in troubles here because they're already knowing about you. That's what he said, and he was mentioning police in every sentence almost, so things are not looking so good. Again, a fully rideable train, a lot of new gondolas. So there is a store nearby, right there, and they sell ice creams there. These ones, and they have Lego at the bottom. So now we're just buying those. They're really cheap also. Just keeping us occupied. At the end of the day, we probably have the entire collection. The workers gonna think, what the fuck, man? These 2 foreign guys sitting here 2 days long, playing with Legos. Hey! This is hat. Man, also the gas is less than enough, but yeah, we have to leave now. Hey, kameraad. I was just building my Lego woman and he's attacking me. Yeah, no, he's fleeing on the locomotive. Look, he's going to the other side. Son of a bitch. Sweet, still on there. came, said that he wanted to leave, and then a fucking old worker came around with a message. He was lucky he didn't hurt me or break my camera. I mean, I could just knock him out, steal his passport, steal his phone, write "I love Armenia, fuck Azerbaijan" on his t-shirt, and then throw him on an Azerbaijani-bound train and just let the Azerbaijani border guards do the rest. And then, when sitting in a cold border cell, maybe he'll rethink his actions and will actually realize that it's not appropriate to just skip people like that. Anyway, I wasn't gonna lower myself to his level, so I just let him walk away with it. I mean, he actually walked away himself. He was just scared. I don't know what that was about, but it was like already time to leave. We were already like too long there. It was not because of that worker that I gave up on the trains. I mean, we could easily just move to a different spot to wait there, but maybe we would find ourselves waiting there for 3 days again. So we decided to go to the next big city and actually do something which we can control, not just waiting for something to eventually show up. Tomorrow we're going to start our journey to the highest city or highest village actually in Europe. It's called. It's in the mountains next to Russia. It's like almost at the border, and we're going to try to rent a car. First we wanted to rent a scooter, but there were just not really any scooter rentals here, so we're probably going to rent a car. It's really cheap over here, like 32 euros a day or something. And yeah, we're going to drive there. As you can see, this is a pretty nice city. So yeah, we're just going to chill a bit here in the evening. We're going to sleep, we rent a cheap place to work ourselves, charge our things, and then tomorrow we're going to head to the mountains. Spa resort was built in the Soviet Union because they found a lot of thermal sources here, and the water contains some minerals which were very beneficial and healthy for the body. So they built these big sanatoriums and baths, and thermal baths. It was a very popular tourist destination for people in the Soviet Union. Even Stalin came and had like his own private bathhouse here. But then when the Soviet Union collapsed, this was all abandoned. That was until 1993, when many of the sanatorium complexes have actually been devoted to housing for people. These people were refugees from nearby Abkhazia. There was a war going on, and even ethnic cleansing, and the people had to flee, had nowhere to go. So the Georgian government devoted these sanatorium complexes to houses for these people to live in. And there were actually a lot of people living here, all until 3 or 4 years ago. I didn't really find anything online why these people had to leave these houses, but you know, I guess just to save the building. I mean, look at this. You don't want your kids growing up here. But yeah, this is a really interesting place with a lot of history, and it is a beautiful location also. So those over here is more complex, and there in the distance you also have more complexes. This is pretty big. On the other side, there's also an abandoned building, and there you have like new apartments. Who knows, maybe some of the people who were living there. Here we see that people used to live there,
actually want to renovate this place, and the families that were still living here got relocated to better homes. So that's pretty nice. They actually want to restore the spa resort as it was, which is pretty ambitious and pretty cool. The thermal sources with the mineral water are still here, so I bet it can actually catch on and become something again. It would be nice. It's not often you hear from an abandoned place that it has a good outcome. Well, we're not there yet, but this is a good start. So, I must say I was wrong. There are still people living in these complexes. So, the bigger building over there will still be abandoned. So, this one, the smaller, is partially habited. Going to the next building now. The last building we were on the roof and suddenly there was a security guard next to us, which was pretty random, so apparently they still have security, or he's just a resident. I heard security jobs aren't really paid at all in this country. Seems like a really beautiful building. I also see laundry drying there, so I think this might be also yeah, so the fire would clear. As you can see, it's very clean. Beautiful clothes. You can see this was a resort, not just any of the residential block. Look, there's just running water in this building. Over there you can see the pipes. This building also probably has electricity from the few people that still live here. Oh yeah, here you can see the electricity meter is still going. So in front of these buildings, also this little gardens. Somebody planted corn right there with some other crops. And so you can see people are still kind of living here, sustaining themselves, growing their own food. It's nice. And this one is great. Full fountains at all. Nice pillars. And this one is still living in apartment 21. With big people downstairs. Nice little hallway, apartment 8. Another apartment. Also abandoned with all of the stuff still here. So kitchen. I really thought that clothes, and stuff. Charity restaurant. No way. It's a Minecraft enchantment book. Old Soviet playing cards with the presidents of Russia on it. Look at this. There's some other pictures in there. Really fun. I'm gonna give this used to be so cool. The chill as well. And the new. So, I think now it's even more beautiful because there's so much green out and they really start So like I said yesterday, we're actually on our way to the highest town of Europe, and we're going to pick up this beast. So because the village is quite high up in the mountains and the roads to there are like mainly gravel, we needed a 4x4. And yeah, we got this really nice Nissan Xterra. It's a great car. Not only is this car really cool, it also got some power. Okay, we're looking for the street now. This was initially RRD because we looked at Google Maps and the river was like very blue and nice. But then we arrived there and it's full of mud due to heavy rainfall in this area. We just wanted to wash ourselves because it was a really hot day and we're all sticky from the sweat. So now we're gonna go to a waterfall a bit up the road. Hopefully that's one car coming. And who do you think it is? Gobbers. Yeah. Kinda dark since we got held up by the police. Yeah, we ended up getting a 100 lari fine for, I asked him what the law was. His English wasn't that good, but he said like transporting a passenger in not a good way or something like that. I don't know, that's the law apparently. It's pretty cold right now. I'm not sure if you're gonna take that shower. Oh, you scare me. What the hell? But there are some dogs with rabies here. I hope he doesn't have rabies. Oh nice, there is a waterfall. So we're actually not gonna sleep near the waterfall. It was pretty loud and there were a lot of mosquitoes. We're gonna go to another spot. And we're driving off-road through some random village. This is a great environment. It's the beginning of the Caucasus mountain region. We're going to go all the way to the Russian border, to the high mountains of 5,000. There's, you know, like peaks above 5,000. We're not going to climb them because you need some kind of experience and tools and everything for them, but we're going to definitely see them. So now we're on our way to the river. We're going to sleep next to the river somewhere, find some trees. We're driving on this road full of holes and rocks in our 4x4 truck and we're like jiggling from left to right. But then you look at these houses over here and then they just have literally regular cars. Walking next to the river now on this rocky field. We're gonna look for a sleeping spot. It's really calm here, sound of the river, but then you have these frogs going haywire over there. It's mating time and they really just are screaming the entire night. There are so many stars. Again on camera you can't really see it, but I'll show it later.
So this was a potential hammocking spot, but all too short. This is a better distance, but then the trees are just, I mean, it's not even trees, it's just sticking it around. And then this seemed kinda nice, but again, way too short. And then I tried from this one to this one. This is the ideal distance, but I put up my hammock and like when I laid in it, I was just on the ground. So yeah, that didn't work out either. So I decided to just put my tarp on the ground, my mat, and yeah, I'm sleeping here. Now it's time for some dinner. I'm gonna cook miso ramen, which have been in my backpack since the beginning of the trip, as you can see. You see this flickering light, fireflies all around us. As you can hear, I put here the entire time. We have quite noisy neighbors. Let's see what they're up to.
Good morning, everyone. Or bad morning, actually. I slept pretty horrible. So once the sun went down, some kind of a weird hurricane started, and it stopped right as the sun went up. I don't know what that was about. It was a really interesting occurrence, but not so pleasant, since it kept me up most of the night. We're gonna go back to our car now, and we're gonna continue our journey to Ushkuda. We have a small mountain route here, which isn't even paved and just gravel. Yet, we have this very big highway sign. It's got Akiwoo, that's where we came from. By the way, sketchy bridge. This thing is moving so... Whoa! This is such a weird illusion. When you look in the middle, it looks like you're moving because of the river. I don't know if you can see it on camera. I mean, this bridge is moving, that's not an illusion. But, yeah, you know what I mean. Also, like it's a waterfall. Time for a morning shower. Beautiful. Oh, that's one way to wake up. Hey. Oh, sorry. I wonder what this dog is doing. Because there is nobody around. It's just this road. Oh. Unfortunately. This mountain range is so beautiful. It's the first time I'm actually in the Caucasus. What is that in front of us? Nice. I think it was the guy who was walking. Hi. This is the original road, but we could test the way it just gets us stuck. And looks like people already made an alternative road. It's also very muddy and very deep. Yeah.
Shit.
No way. Nah, that's completely wrong. Alright, this is not good. The bumper is completely on the ground. The wheels have no friction anymore. Try to back it up. This is horrible. Every step. Look at this shit. Oh, this is bad. The plane's under a wheel. I really hope it worked. Literally in the middle of nowhere. Didn't see a single car in like an hour or something. Alright, there are some other planes. In the purpose of these planes is actually to lay over and not really right over. Fortunately, now the stats are right. Maybe we can still use them to get our car. They seem to be a bit better. Alright. What a place to get stuck. It's like a cliche, man. Getting stuck. Literally in the middle of nowhere. No service on the phone. We try. Nothing works. And we hear an engine rumbling in the distance. We get our hopes up. Which can't really do anything. Ask the notify the person that involved and then we know what to do. Okay, there's a car coming. Like, right? So, like I said, this is like a cliche thing. This is the road there. Yeah. Right where I was thinking, I think that is also help us out. Shy of the road and find some dirt if you're very angry that we use the planks or showing not understanding that, like, you're kind of stuck and you need to use them. They're big heads, but I think we're going to help us out. I'm sure. So over there are more cars now, all trying to go to Uzguli. Normally this road was just drivable, because the workers were also surprised by seeing this. But when we were driving up the mountain,
there were two of these big military trucks which were converted to campers, and they probably destroyed the road with their very big wheels. We were just unfortunate to be the first ones to go behind the trucks. Otherwise, they would be in our position and we would be in their position, because, you know, when you see this shit, first thing you're gonna think is like, okay, we just drive it through here. But yeah, they were more lucky. The workers actually driving their car. We slept for 9 hours in a proper bed. It's great. Now we're gonna explore the town. So when you look at this town, you notice some distinct buildings, these towers. These things are locally known as Portuguese, and they were built to protect this area from invaders. This region was called the Svaneti region, and there were a lot of invaders that passed through here. The Mongols, the Persians, and because this landscape is so rough, it was really hard for them to build a wall to protect against them. So each family built like these towers so they could go up and throw stones and other projectiles at the people who were trying to steal their livestock or rape their women. And these things were built in between the 9th century and the 12th century. And look how much of them are still standing there. You see the houses there, and then a tower. Every house had its own defense tower. So not only can these towers in handy to protect from invaders, some people also had a reputation of long-lasting disputes, which they would often settle in just murder. And then, you know, they would just hide in the little tower for months straight, not coming out of it, to not get murdered by their fellow villagers. So it seems like some of these places are still inhabited, but most of these places are abandoned. I guess there are not so many invaders around anymore. Oh wait, about 10 kilometers away from the Russian border. And then the Russians invaded the Polish border. It's actually the first time we're gonna stumble upon. This is the first time. What the hell? Those mountains right there. I'm not gonna climb it. 5,000 or so. Pretty impossible to see elevation without equipment. Oh shit. Charging is always the side of the car, back of your car, construction going on there, and also seems to be a pretty big river crossing.
So this river is pretty deep, and there are some cars standing there, but it was pouring down this night, so of course the water level is a lot higher.
There we go. Beast.
Crazy, yeah. Oh.
Yeah, for sure, man. You did the right thing.
There is still a little road here, so it's too shit to drive. And also just rather hike in the mountains than drive in the mountains. Because by hiking you can appreciate the view so much more. So now we're hiking up to the glacier, and that's basically as far as we can go without any hiking equipment. And so we made it to the glacier. The glacier is there.
But it's a bit dirty. It's not really wide. With all the dust and the little stones. We might actually climb up, climb higher, and go to the white one. Nice. 3 showers.
There's more rocks on water by now. So because the snow is melting, there are constantly rocks falling down.
So it's pretty dangerous to stand here.
Now we're climbing higher. Free climbing a bit because there is no path anymore.
Don't worry, I'm climbing on the side, so all the rocks I kick down, it won't land on the people are there.
So it's hard to tell, but we're walking on the glacier right now. There you can probably see it.
Ice.
Yeah.
Like 2 degrees colder and we would have like solid ice here.
So these are the dangers of walking on glaciers. You have these crevices everywhere. You know, the rocks are covering them.
Over there you can see how deep it goes. You really need to watch every step. One rock might shift and you might fall down.
Beautiful. Have to go back though, because we still want to drive to Gamersupps. It's quite a long way. We saw the cities, we saw the mountains. Now it's time to go to the sea. We're gonna drive back to Dotty, and from there we'll get the freight train to the Black Sea. First, gonna have to get down this mountain and not fall in one of these crevices. There, everywhere. get some supplies, and then we're gonna head to the train yard. It's gonna rain the next couple days also. The weather isn't gonna change anytime soon according to the forecast. So yeah, this is what we're gonna have to deal with in the next couple days. And look at this, it's literally pouring down for all now. Right, so we're waiting at the yard now. We took a taxi to this yard and I found 100 lari on the ground, which is a lot of money. And I found it like right outside the taxi. You know, of course I wanted to take it because it's a lot of money and I can really use it. But then I was like, okay, maybe it's his, you know, and he lost it. So I was trying to make sure it wasn't his. Translating things. In the end, we split it 50-50 because it wasn't his, but I thought he also could need the money, you know, a taxi driver here. But because of that, I missed that train. So I was literally doing a good thing, and instead of getting rewarded, I was getting punished for doing a good thing. And these tankers, they smell so bad. I think they're leaking all over the place because every time you walk past them, or when a tanker train drives past you, just smell the chemical scent coming off the wagons. You can also see like that it's patched, and also like that it has been leaking off the top. It's on the side of the wagons. This is a very rare sight in Western Europe, but over here it's really common. You smell what's inside the wagons. It's really bad to ride this shit. Well, we've been waiting the entire day basically. We have some people staring us down again, taking pictures. Like, these people are so suspicious and scared. They have all the right to come up to us and ask us what we are doing, but they don't have the balls to do it, so they just like talk a lot about us to each other. I don't know, making up some kind of stories, until one guy has the balls, like a worker, just like, come up to us and like ick me. Also, this is the police station right here, so it's also not ideal because we're right there. And as you can see, the police station is entirely made of glass, and a lot of police stations are made of glass. And they actually did that because back in the days, the police used to beat people up, so nobody trusted the police anymore. So what the government did, built a lot of glass police stations so that people could look inside to gain trust from the citizens again. Which is an interesting fact, you know. I think we're just gonna call it a day. I might come back to this country though, to ride some trains. I have the knowledge of all those spots. Maybe when I come back, I'll have a bit more luck. And then I'm just gonna ride across the entire country and not stop in between. We're waiting on the cheap. It's like a cheap minibus that you can wave down. Take that. Sick. You have these high-rise buildings which are completely lit up. I don't know, do some roofs find out sleeping spots on the roof. What the hell? Look at this cable car going all over this. Sick, man. Can't wait to explore the city. There's literally a Ferris wheel in that skyscraper.
inside. It's pretty cozy. If it's gonna pour down, there's still the initial rain, but I'm just slightly there. It's waiting. But you know, the alpha is inside. He has a big firewall, which is nicer. Not really. That was not too much more composure.
Alright, good morning everyone. I slept actually pretty great in my car. At some point, I think at 4, it was actually storming a bit. The rain was pouring down and the wind was blowing. But despite the pouring rain, I didn't really get wet. There were some drips here and there, but I mostly just slept through it. One good thing about this route, you have focus. This entire trip is filled with boats, and you even have contestants that fish clean. So I don't know what it is with that single, so yeah, I have no clue. No clue.
Waves are pretty high actually, at the start at least. Didn't really expect that, it's not that big to see. Holy fuck. This camel's hurt. Oh, it's not cold. Oh, I was expecting it to be colder. Oh man, so happy to be here. I didn't want to have a signature. I'm not a lot of difference, but I think that it is. For the journey, even though we didn't take it on train here, I'm still very glad and I still think it was a successful journey. Man, we did so much. And we're here. Let's see. Oh, you guys enjoyed the journey. As always. That's the best one.
in this video. We're doing a food truck face-off in Minnesota, encountering the Midwest's most insane food truck creations. It looks like if you came back in 1 year, this thing would develop its own ecosystem. But first, let's back up. Minnesota is a state I call home. I lived here for the first 24 years of my life, and then I escaped to Asia. But I gotta say, every time I come back here, I feel a fondness for the people and the food they create. There are certain foods that are really considered Minnesotan. Things like tater tot hot dish, lutefisk, fried cheese curds at the Minnesota State Fair. But Minnesota's food truck scene is completely different from that. Food trucks in Minnesota are a way to escape. It's like a magic carpet ride for your mouth to transport into locations and countries around the world. Today we're going to visit as many food trucks as possible and see if they're really bringing the heat. Boom, we have come to our first location. Behind us right here, Russell's Traveling Kitchen. This truck is owned by a couple and they go all over the city. Today they happen to be parked outside of a brewery. A brewery that's not quite open yet because it is 11 o'clock in the morning. Sad, because I would drink. When I first looked at the menu, I was instantly enchanted because they have Vietnamese food. But here they have something called the Pho French Dip. A French dip sandwich, also known as a beef dip, is a hot sandwich consisting of thinly sliced roast beef on a French roll or baguette. It is usually served plain, but a popular variation is to top it with Swiss cheese, onions, and a dipping container of beef broth produced from the cooking process. So that is a French dip, but a Pho French dip is going to introduce Vietnamese elements. How does it work? Let's go inside and find out. Right here. Hello. We got my man Cheney. How you doing? I'm really excited today because I've done so many food truck videos around the USA, and what really makes menus stand out is when they fuse two different things. In this case, Vietnamese food and French food. So this is not just a French dip, but a Pho French dip.
With Vietnamese cuisine, we already have the French influence. But we wanted to kind of bring it to street food, so then we're like, let's put it on a sandwich on a bun. My wife and she really love French dip sandwiches, so just do an Asian style French dip.
Sweet, let's get into it.
We're gonna throw some French period strip steak down.
So right now, are you essentially making a banh mi?
So yeah, it's very much like a banh mi, but no pate, no Vietnamese mayo, just a little bit of house seasoning, and we'll throw a little bit of pho broth here.
Oh yeah, it does smell like a pho broth in here. So right here we have the dip part of the French dip, the pho broth going into a container, looking steamy and delicious.
So while our meat's cooking, we'll garnish this with just a little bit of cilantro and some onion. We'll just throw a cover on it and have a little bit of lime.
The next move is to get your banh mi bread.
We get our bakery to make these fresh for us every day for the size that we like. This is about done. What we'll do is we'll finish it off.
Oh wow, almost blanching that already cooked steak right here.
Throw it back on for a second. We'll throw our rice noodles or hot water.
Then the noodles hit the flat top.
We'll just go on top of the bun like that. This is our house bean sprout slaw mixture. A couple of red onions and a couple of jalapenos.
Ooh, that's super spicy.
And then we top it off with a sriracha and the hoisin sauce on top. And then we'll garnish it with some cilantro as well. That's going to be our perfect kitchen.
Cheney, I can't wait to try it out.
All right.
Thank you. The first thing I want to do is try this pho dip right here. A French dip would have that leftover jus from cooking the beef. It's a similar idea except for the pho broth would be made with spices and beef bones. Let's try a little sip. That's nice. A little sweet, a little salty, and tons of spices in there. Now the sandwich. Let's go for it. Instantly makes me miss Vietnam. That beef is cut so thin, very soft, tender, and juicy. I'm a fan. It's a lot of familiar Vietnamese flavors. Coriander, the chili sauce, the hoisin sauce, and then you got some of that broth in there too. But I want even more broth. Well, let's give it a little bit of a dip. Heartwarming. It makes the bread wet and soppy. There's a dazzling dance of spices on my tongue, but not too spicy. As Vietnamese folks would say, excellente. No, this is our first course here, but there's something else on the menu I want to try out too. Something called Brussels sprouts. Well, we are back in the kitchen. This right here is the other half of Russell's Traveling Kitchen. Carrie. Hello. My guess is that these are actually Brussels sprouts, the vegetable.
They are deep-fried Brussels sprouts. You are correct. Our son's name is Russell, and it's the truck name, but we did it as a special one day called Brussels sprouts, and it just took off, and now it's on our menu.
So step one is to take the fresh Brussels sprouts and chop them in half.
So we used to toss them in a seasoned flour that we would make, but the world is gluten-free now, so we just kind of skip that part. They taste just as good. And then pop it in.
Once they're done, she lifts the basket and lets them drain out a bit.
Right, and we pop them in here. Do a little kosher salt.
Ooh, nice.
I like to always put some of the crispy leaves on top, because that's what people dip first. We'll grab a fresh lemon juice and mayo.
Fantastic. I can't wait to try it out. It reminds me of fried Thai basil, which is one of the best things you could eat. Let's try it out. That is how you make kids or anybody else fall in love with Brussels sprouts. It's crunchy, but also is disintegrating in your mouth at the same time. Then here they have a mayo lemon sauce. I'm gonna take the thicker, bigger piece of Brussels sprout, give it a little bit of a dip. This right here is American health food. It feels almost steamed on the inside, fried on the outside. And that sauce gives it just a little bit of flavor, a nice bit of kick, and a zip of lemon. A fantastic start to the day, but we have a lot more to see in this food truck face-off. Let's keep moving. Boom, we have come to our second location right behind me. This place is called Pizza Karma. It is Tandoor Fire Pizza. This place is basically an Indian restaurant, but with a major Western twist. They have a very unique and interesting menu, but here's the thing. A tandoor is basically a giant big clay vase that you fill with fire and that you use to roast bread and meat and things like that. They can't fit a tandoor in that truck, so actually right now the truck is parked right outside of his brick-and-mortar restaurant by the same name. Every day before the truck goes out, they have to prepare the naan bread inside the restaurant. This is going to be the base of the pizza. Let's go inside and see how it works. So right here is where all the magic happens, and I'm about to reveal to you 3 giant tandoor ovens. Right here you can see they're already cooking up some chicken tikka. It's always made inside of the tandoor like this. There's hot coals on the bottom, and then the heat just comes up and slowly cooks that chicken, making it soft and delicious. Today, right now I am with Raj. He is the founder of Pizza Karma, and right now we're about to make our pizza naan dough. Is there any difference between a typical naan and the naan you're using for pizza?
This is a traditional recipe, which is a buttermilk-based crust. This has been formulated for a pizza, so even though everything is going to be like a naan, but it will behave like a pizza crust.
Next step, he's going to put the bread inside, and that thing is going to just take a couple minutes to cook because it is really hot in there.
We don't want a crispy bubbles, so I'll be popping out some of the bubbles that will be coming in here.
All right, from here, he's slowly going to peel it off. It smells a little bit different than naan that I'm used to, but this is going to be turned into a pizza, which I've never experienced before. We are officially inside the food truck. We're going to get to that pizza soon, but first, 2 appetizers, okra fries and paneer poppers. So right here we have India's famous paneer. It's already been coated. What is it coated with?
It's our marination. It's been marinated for almost 24 hours now. He's just going to coat it out with a little bit of all-purpose flour, and then he's just going to put in our signature beer batter mix.
From here, he makes sure the batter completely submerges each piece of paneer, and then from here, it's time to drop them one by one into that hot oil. I feel like I'm at an Indian state fair. I don't know if India has state fairs, but if they did, this is what they would serve.
Got to just take it off so that the paneer doesn't get cut through the fryer.
You see the color changing over time. They're becoming a nice golden brown. Those are ready. We're gonna let the grease drip for 1 second. Those look magical. Right here we have red hot tomato sauce as a side, and then just like a machine, he's taking them by hand and putting them on the platter. Final step, a little bit of coriander on top. It's basically a salad. Oh, this right here is cheese karma. It looks awesome. Paneer is the most popular famous cheese in India. Honestly, I've not seen any other type of cheese in India, I don't think. It's interesting because it says it's a non-stretchy cheese. So I want to see, does it have any stretch to it or not? Uh-oh, there's no stretch, but it's so delicious. It's a very solid cheese, and no matter how much you heat it up, it kind of keeps its shape. There's a delicious masala seasoning on the outside. And look at that breading. This thing is really crispy. On the side, they have a spicy tomato sauce. I'm gonna really get it coated on the outside. Strong acid from the tomato. Is it hot? Not really. And maybe a 2 out of 10 hotness. I like it. Those are the paneer poppers. Let's try some okra. You can see the okra has been cut into thin strips already, and then they're gonna put it into a plastic bag. Then right here, a little bit of water to make everything stick. Then we have chickpea flour. Give it a bit of a shake. Now the okra is in the basket, and it slowly descends into the fryer. Wow, you can see them really coming to life like little tiny French fries. The okra has finished frying, but it's not done until it gets a nice hit of masala. Put it on the plate, and then here they're putting in a buttermilk sauce on the side. This thing is massive. I can't wait to try it out. Boom, we have our okra fries right here. Oh man, and there's a load of masala on there. It's like all of India is in my mouth right now. Okra has this reputation for being kind of slimy, but here, not the case. Super crunchy, super fried, a great texture. And if that wasn't enough, they have their sauce right here. It's essentially an Indian ranch, but made with buttermilk. I'm gonna give it a little bit of a dip. Oh, it's a very liquidy sauce. There's so many spices and so many flavors coming together. I like that sauce. I could drink it. Super delicious. So these, my friend, are the okra fries. But we also came here for pizza. You can see right here, a little giant pizza oven. That is where all the pizza is being sent through. So we have our pizza crust right here. We saw this being made inside, but the first step is to put on some of this. That ain't butter, that is ghee.
This is the tikka sauce, so it's a red pepper-based sauce mixed with our own proprietary pizza crema sauce. Then you top it off with chicken tikka,
The chicken looks great in the tandoor. It looks even better on the pizza.
and then you top it off with onion pepper mix. Finally, top it off with our whole milk mozzarella cheese.
So that is going to hit the oven and slowly move through here and soon pop out on the other side. Here the pizza is coming out, the cheese has melted, the crust is getting brown. This looks incredible. For $12.99, all this could be yours. He said he doesn't know anyone else making Indian pizza in this way. I gotta say, I agree, except for I did go to India once and I had butter chicken pizza. But it was different because they were using just a pure naan. Here the naan batter is a little bit different. I'm not saying it's a naan. It's still naan, but it's a naan that's appropriate for a pizza. Look at all those little brown spots, like what old people get when they go in the sun too much, like me. All right, we'll try it out. Wow, it's a heavy, thick, creamy sauce that they put on there. Like some kind of an Indian curry, which is awesome because half the time you're eating Indian food, you're using the naan to scoop up curry anyways. So it feels like the scooping's been done for you. The vegetables, they're crunchy, they offer a little bit of freshness. I want just some of that chicken and cheese. At home, I have a Traeger grill, but I'd really love an Indian guy to come to my house and build a tandoor. So let me know downstairs in the comments if you know how to build one, and then I'll give you my neighbor's address, and then I'll roll it over to my house. Sound okay? Overall, I'm really impressed with what these guys are doing. If you love Indian food with a little bit of a twist, this is your place to go. Welcome to our third location. Already we traveled around the world to Vietnam and India. Now we're headed to Mexico. This place specializes in birria. Birria is a meat stew or soup made from goat, beef, lamb, mutton, or chicken. That meat then can be put in almost anything. You put it in a taco, a burrito, quesadilla, or in this case, ramen. Right now I'm inside the La Bodega truck, and right here we have our ramen. I was thinking it was going to be some kind of a Korean ramen, but it turns out Mexico has their own ramen. This is called papachillo. This one is shrimp flavored. Is that going to go good with birria? I don't know. Right here we have that delicious soft stewed beef, and then here is a consommé, the broth, the meat, and water that have combined to make something incredible. We start by throwing the seasoning in the garbage. Then right here, he stacks on big old chunks of birria beef. It's stewed, it's soft, it looks delicious. Then here we have the consommé. Pour that on top. Now hit it with a little bit of onion, then cilantro. Yes, I said it with a cool accent. Then allow the mariachi man to protect your ramen until it's finished. A little lime on the side, boom, some sauce, and that is ready to go. This looks awesome. Come take a look. Big pieces of stewed beef, noodles, and then that consommé, which is already super thick. I'm gonna get just some of this beef to begin with. Delicious, braised, full of flavor, super salty, a little bit spicy, and very oily. This is a heavy dish. How about a spritz of 1/16 of one lime? I really ration out those limes. Now I'm gonna get a bite here full of beef. The consommé is sticking onto that, and then we got plenty of noodles too. Let's try it out. That was life-changing. And honestly, the lime helps a lot. It really cuts through that heaviness. It just looks like a little swamp. It looks like if you came back in 1 year, this thing would develop its own ecosystem. Those noodles have a great bite to them. When you mix that with some good old Mexican meat, ooh, it is a great combination. Let's keep on. All right, folks, we have come to our final location. Behind me now, the Angry Line Cook. I used to work at Applebee's. I know a lot of Angry Line Cooks. Here, I believe the Angry Cooks are specializing on the broiler, making up some burgers. I'm looking at their signature item. It is the Angry Burger. There's a lot of hostility with this truck. Soon I want to talk to one of the owners and find out, is everything okay? How's things at home? When's the last time you called your mom? What you so upset for? Oh, there he is right now. I thought he was yelling at me. I am now inside the kitchen with Jesse. Are you the Angry Line Cook?
Oh, I'm one of the Angry Line Cooks for sure.
What are you so angry about?
Oh man, plenty of things. We've been in the industry for, cumulatively like 40 years. So between all that experience, just like the worker conditions, the, being stuck inside, never cleaning fresh eggs. 2023 as well, baby. It sucks out here.
This is my best interview ever. Today, our first item, it is the Angry Burger. Step one, hit it with some clarified butter or ghee, and then throw those buns on the flat top. All right, right here we have our beef balls. Those get smashed down. And unlike every kitchen, somebody has a different smashing device.
This is a muddler from a bar program. Classic little bartender tool.
So that can make mojitos or burgers.
That's right. A little salt, we got a little house seasoning. We just let it rip and ride, get a good skirt. You know how it is.
So the one you're making right now is called the Angry Burger. Why do you call it that?
We're Oh, this first one? Well, it's the Angry Burger, baby. That's the one that, like, it gets your palate activated.
Wow, this is probably the most flat, thin smash burger I've ever seen in my life. Hit it with some pepper jack.
That's some house-made pepper jacks.
The next step, he doubles it up. Oh, what are we getting here?
So that's oil infused with a little chili de árbol and some smoked paprikas. Got some pickled Fresnos going on top. Super sweet, got the heat, and then we drizzle a little bit of angry sauce.
Oh my God.
It's a combination of ketchup, mayo, and our own hot sauce that we make in-house called Firefire Hot Hot.
Oh my God, look at that. That looks like perfection. Boom. Guys, check it out. We are sitting at a bar. They have my favorite thing, a food truck with burgers next to a bar with drinks. It's fantastic. Let's talk about this as a smash burger. It's the most smashed I've ever seen any burger. The thinness, it is like 3 millimeters thick. It makes sense they went for something spicy. Spice is usually seen as the angriest of all the flavors, which I don't understand, because the times I really do get angry is when there's no flavor at all. Blandness should be the flavor of anger. That being said, let's try it out. Wow, the patties are excellent. The bread is super soft. It's spicy, but it's not going to be unpleasant for you to eat unless you're my mom. My mom thinks mayonnaise is spicy. I'm a fan. The other thing I like about what he's doing here is he took something that's classic, the smash burger, and he made it his own thing. Especially when it comes to this one right here, the other burger.
All right, so now we're going to do the double other burger. And that other burger is named thusly because we needed something, so I don't want to call it anything classic. So we're just sitting there arguing left and right, and then we just eventually realized it's just the other burger. You only got 2 burgers. Deal with it.
What happens if you do a third burger? Is that called the other burger?
Right. Third burger is actually pig's eye, so we just wanted to do something that was traditional, a little basic, and then we named it after the city that we live in and the city that we love, St. Paul, originally called Pig's Eye, if nobody knows the history on there. I don't know how smart y'all are on the internet.
Not very. All right, bread is done.
So we got that beef sizzling. Oh, look at it sing. Now Colby on the other side, he's topping that bun off with a little bit of beef stock aioli that is mayo that is infused with a little bit of fresh marrow. Topping it off with those dill pickles we make in-house. Now come back over, let's see that reveal. Let's get that. Oh, baby, juicy, Lucy. Move out. We got, the angry limestone. All right, so we're hitting it with a regular American cheese. We put a little bit of our own spice in there. Ready, let's go. Swinging meat. Oh, look at that, baby.
Let's go try it out. Oh, where do I begin? Oh man, that aioli is nuts. It's super beefy, rich, full of flavor. Then you have that creamy cheese, and again, that soft bread, and these insanely thin, nearly crispy slabs of beef. I'm lucky I don't live next to this guy. It would be a problem for my dietary health. Take a look at this bite. The cheese is just oozing out, pickle meat layers. Overall, what's smart is a limited menu. These guys move quick, they move efficiently, they get your orders done like that. This was delicious, but we've had a lot of good food today. Next, I'm going to tell you who won this Minnesota Food Truck Face-Off. Let's find out. Boom! That is our day of food truck dining here in Minnesota. How was it? I thought it was pretty amazing. You never know what you're going to get when it comes to food trucks. And honestly, the only food that really felt American today was the final location. It's amazing that you can zip around the streets and avenues here and find food from around the world or food fused with American styles and the Minnesota palate. That being said, today was a face-off. Unbeknownst to them, these 4 food trucks were pitted against each other. I might be biased because I'm a big fatty who likes burgers, but my favorite food was the burgers. But a special honorable mention to the birria ramen. That was very satisfying. I love those chewy noodles with that thick birria consomme. Honestly, it was hard to choose a favorite because everything today was simply outstanding. Let me know what other cities I should go to for food trucks. Otherwise, guys, that is it for this one. Thank you so much for watching. I will see you next time. Alright, I'm going to get some burgers to go and freeze them, and then I will unfreeze them tomorrow. I'm actually just going to eat them in the car.
Elevate your style with our brand new clothing collection. Rock out in our threads, feel the thrill of culinary adventures, and celebrate with us in style. Head on over to Beverage.shop today.
The scariest story I've ever read was written over 100 years ago by Jack London. It's called To Build a Fire. This story has very few hallmarks of your typical horror writing. There's only one human character, and he is generally very sane. There are no spirits of the dead, no nightmares or hauntings, no guilt takes away like a time bomb. And yet, while reading To Build a Fire, I feel paralyzed in a way I haven't felt with any other written work. It is all of 16 pages long. It is about a man freezing to death. He doesn't start freezing, though. He starts confident and decently prepared. hiking alone through the Yukon back to a logging camp. The narration even describes him as quick and ready in the things of life. But as becomes immediately apparent, it only flatters him to highlight his naivete. Should he be traveling with only a dog as a companion? No, he should not. Could he have worn more protective gear? Sure. But his real arrogance, the narration says, is that he was not able to imagine. 50 degrees below zero meant 80 degrees of frost. Such facts told him that it was cold and uncomfortable, and that was all. It did not lead him to consider his weaknesses as a creature affected by temperature, nor did he think about man's general weakness, able to live only within narrow limits of heat and cold. Most of us, in our day-to-day lives, live within this narrow spectrum of heat and cold, and do so relatively thoughtlessly. Although we may not enjoy being cold, although we may build our houses and societies to avoid it, true threegophobia or cryophobia, fear of the cold, isn't a common one. Maybe it's because the cold feels predictable and kept in check by a calendar. Maybe it's because we can always bundle up, just keep putting on layers. Maybe it's because, unlike spiders or the dark, unexpected noise at night, few of us have really experienced the cold. Few of us have seen how ruthlessly it will break body, mind, and spirit. The cold magnifies our flaws, reveals our every imperfection. It does not forgive mistakes.
To build a fire, the air is colder than 50 degrees below zero, colder than 60 below, colder than 70. The man's mouth is frozen closed, something he expected. The tobacco juice from the chew in his cheek forms a long yellow icicle from his lips. He feels his nose begin to freeze, although this doesn't bother him too much. Many short stories, particularly horror ones, are made by their twist endings. It's not until the twist, the last paragraph, or even the last sentence that we truly understand what's going on. That's not the case in To Build a Fire. We know almost as soon as it starts that this man is going to die. The paralyzing magnetism of the story comes from finding out where exactly it becomes inevitable. Probably the answer is before the day even started. There was no way this man was ever going to survive a hike across the Yukon in 100 degrees of frost. But the arc of the story isn't a simple linear freeze. It's a horrible series of dominoes that fall one after the other. The first domino, probably, is the man plunging his leg into an icy pool just below a frozen riverbed. He had been carefully walking along this creek. He had looked for signs of hidden water. It didn't matter. But a frozen leg is only a death sentence if one can't build a fire. And the man can. He sits down with his frozen leg and patiently builds it the way you need to build a fire, growing slowly from scraps of bark and dry grass to full-size sticks. Feeling begins to return to the man's fingers and toes, and the way London describes the feeling leaving your extremities in the cold is poetic, but not inaccurate. He says that the blood of the man's body shrank back from the cold, withdrew from his digits, because the blood was alive. The blood was trying to get away from the freeze. In reality, your hands will lose their warmth, lose their hot blood within seconds. In these situations of extreme cold, the temperature of your hands will drop more than 30 degrees from your body's typical 98.6 to closer to 60. It will continue to fall, your blood fleeing the cold the longer you leave yourself exposed. And to build a fire, the second domino falls just as the man starts to warm his hands and feet. His fire, his savior, becomes his downfall. The heat from the flames rises into the branches of the tree above him. The tree warms just enough that the snow slips off its branches, falling to the forest floor. It falls directly on the fragile collection of kindling, smothering flames instantly. The fire, his life, is out. This is the first time in the story where the man realizes how dire a situation he's really in. London writes that the fire being snuffed out was like hearing his own judgment of death. But he continues to fight. He can build another fire, this time not under a tree. He gathers more dry grass and sticks, although he has trouble closing his fingers around them. He has more bark used for kindling in his pocket, although he can no longer feel it. The dominoes are falling faster now. He tries to hold the box of matches, but his deadened fingers drop it into the snow. He tries again and again to pick it up, but he can't. In a last-ditch effort, he spills everything left in the box, and against all odds manages to strike them all at once. 70 matches blaze to life in his hands. He refuses to let them go, even when he can faintly feel them burning the flesh on his hands. In his desperation, he succeeds. He manages to light another fire for almost 30 seconds, until he attempts to readjust the pile in his hands, shaking uncontrollably, scatter the burning twigs across the snow. It's all over by this point, and yet it keeps going. The man thinks that he could kill the dog, his only companion. He could warm his hands and its body and build another fire, but he doesn't have the strength. He somehow finds the energy to run, and he does blindly what feels like miles, but was likely less than 100 feet. He feels strangely warm, and pictures himself among the men that one day may find his body. He falls asleep. Fear of the cold is almost always paired with the danger of isolation. Some of our most famous horror fiction entombs its characters in a near impenetrable blanket of frost, the cold acting as a barrier between them and safety. In The Shining, for instance, Jack Torrance and his family go to live at the Overlook Hotel during the winter, intending to do some upkeep on the premises and enjoy the weather-enforced family time. But as the cold closes in, snow walling off the hotel from the rest of the world, the winter season of the Overlook Hotel instead externalizes the danger of the story. Threatened by the increasingly deranged Jack, Wendy and Danny are unable to reach out, unable to escape. They are trapped by the cold, just as they're trapped by Jack's abuse. Within The Shining, there's also the unspoken notion that nothing, not the people, nor even the hotel itself, is designed for this kind of cold. Jack was hired as a caretaker because the Overlook cannot survive the season by itself. Faced with the unrelenting cold of the Rocky Mountains, the infrastructure would simply crumble. The brutal winter environment adds to the feeling that everything here somehow stands against nature. At the end of the book, the Overlook Hotel loses the battle, reduced to rubble in its stand against the elements. In the film, however, the cold deals a more personal end to Jack. He is frozen and thus preserved on the premises, rooted by the ice in space and time. In John Carpenter's The Thing, and the short story it's based on, the blasted frozen desert of the Antarctic similarly serves as a wall between characters and the rest of civilization. Living in a research base deep in Antarctica, a group of men find the frozen body of an alien, or find another research team who found it, depending on the adaptation. They recover its frozen body and examine it, but it's not long until the alien, awakened from its frozen slumber, starts to slaughter the person through. Although the titular thing is an abomination and horror, the men stay close to it because they simply have no other choice. The alien may kill them, the cold will, no question. In the story, even before the creature is revealed, the outside is simply referred to as white death, death of a needle-fingered cold driven before the wind, sucking heat from any one thing. The Antarctic is alien for the humans too, more similar to the surface of a barren moon than any other landscape on Earth. Externalized danger, once again causing interior panic. Every struggle exacerbated because of the inhuman cold around them in the never-ending night. But in both The Shining and The Thing, the cold refuses to discriminate between pro and antagonist. Jack freezes within the hedge maze, no amount of manic energy able to combat the ice. In The Thing, the Antarctic is ultimately what preserves the rest of humanity. Although every man at the research station is destined to die by one method or another, the alien is trapped there too. cold is the great equalizer. Nothing, man nor beast, survives that cold forever. That doesn't stop them from trying. Perhaps the most famous story of real-life survival in the Antarctic is Admiral Richard Byrd, an American explorer in the early 20th century. Byrd and his expeditions were responsible for several Antarctic experiments, achievements, meteorological readings, etc. Byrd was notably one of the first two people to fly over the South Pole in a plane. His rounds of funding for exploration laid the groundwork for much of the research still being done today. But that's not the reason why people know who Richard Byrd is. He's famous because for 5 months of the Antarctic winter, he lived alone in a shack in the continent's interior, while everything for 100 miles tried to murder him. Byrd's stated purpose for spending the winter so far south was to gather scientific data, and the reason he claimed to go alone was because there wouldn't be room for 3, and 2 might just annoy each other. Seriously. But in Alone, his memoir of the expedition, the streak of pride that runs through the whole thing is undeniable. Byrd is a man who understands the value of big, capital letter accomplishments. He'd probably be frustrated that I had qualified and he was one of 2 people to fly over the South Pole. And so, for reasons explicit and unstated, purposes scientific and aspirational, Byrd and his team essentially buried a shack in the ice, carved a couple channels for food and other supplies, and then his team left, and Byrd remained. The first part of Byrd's stay in the cold goes shockingly well. He takes his weather measurements every day, creates little projects for himself, organizing the food and emergency supplies. He goes on walks, he reads. It's never easy. It's always living in a fundamentally inhospitable environment. But things go about as well as he hoped they would. However, he knows this accord with the elements is a tenuous one. In his memoir, he writes, "Relax once in the polar regions. The artificial wall of security which you have so painstakingly erected about yourself may give way without warning." I don't think Byrd would ever say he relaxed, and yet his artificial walls did indeed begin to crumble. Perhaps the single most dramatic instance was during what was supposed to be a routine wind speed reading. He opens the door to the shack and steps into a blizzard, a solid wall of snow, white death. He writes that millions of tiny pellets exploded in my eyes, stinging like a BB shot. He writes that in the senseless explosion of sound, you are reduced to a crawling thing on the margin of an disintegrating world. Nothing will so quickly isolate a man. He steps out into the blizzard. The gale scrambles his sense of surroundings, and in an instant, the door back into the shack closes shut. There's another man who lived alone in the cold, slightly less famous than Richard Byrd, slightly more bizarre. Christopher Knight lived as a hermit in the woods of northern Maine, without permanent shelter and almost completely isolated from other people for 27 years. He stayed in a camp built in a near-invisible clearing between rocks and the forest. He stole from nearby houses. He lived there for almost 3 decades and only spoke to another person once. A startled "Aye!" as he encountered an unexpected hiker. Knight was so determined to be alone and so paranoid of his camp being found that he never lit a fire. Not once. He survived 27 winters of Maine outside without heat, with scavenged camp materials, a single-minded determination not to die. Winters in Maine, though not Antarctic cold, can drop to negative 40 degrees and below, and yet somehow Knight's strategy for survival relied almost exclusively on determination. Far from hibernating, he feared that the winters were so cold, the chill so brutal, that if he was asleep during the coldest hours, he may never wake up. Instead, during the harshest freezes, Knight forced himself awake at 2 a.m. and paced around his camp for hours, pacing until daybreak. Sleep was the enemy. Relaxation was the enemy. If he let himself submit to the cold, he'd be lost. Richard Byrd didn't die when the door to his shack froze shut. He remembered a shovel that he left outside, managed to brace himself against his ventilation pipes, wedged the handle
under the grip of the door and strained until it popped open. Collapsing inside, he reflected that there were actually harder ways to die than freezing to death. A couple more minutes out in the cold, and his senses would have given way to a lush numbness and desensitization that makes dying seem easy. The closest Bird came to dying was not easy, though, and it was not as simple as freezing to death. Instead, it started slowly. He noted in his diary one day that he felt strangely depressed, though nothing particular seemed wrong. This feeling of listlessness continued, his ability to do simple tasks diminished, until one day he finds that his head is pounding so hard he is completely unable to move. His stove, as it turns out, hasn't been ventilating properly. Carbon monoxide from the burning fuel has been filling the shack with a slow stream of poison, gradually robbing Bird of all of his faculties. And so now, in the Antarctic winter, he faces
everyone.
a choice: continue suffering from the poison that leaves him more bedridden every day, or turn off the stove, the thing that was poisoning him, the only source of heat in his world. When Christopher Knight, the hermit, was as close to death as he ever came months into a particularly brutal winter, he says he saw a literal Lady Death, a cloaked woman who appeared in his camp. He was out of food, out of propane. He was freezing to death in his bed. He recognizes now that Lady Death was probably a hallucination, probably some fevered vision, but he isn't entirely sure. In his darker moments, he says that he still thinks about walking into the woods, sitting down in the cold, and letting Lady Death take him. While Bird lay unable to move in his shack in the Antarctic, he measured the cold by how far the frost crept up the walls. The temperature sank impossibly, 70 below outside his shack. His single room was engulfed by ice. "I lived 1,000 years, he wrote, and all of them were agonizing. Bird's original plans were to stay 8 months in the shack. Even in the depths of his poisoning, even facing near certain death, he refused to tell base camp how poorly he was doing.
I'm gonna try
Like
and go back to
expedition,
sleep.
This was caused by a mix of practicality and pride. He feared that those who tried to reach him would perish on the way. His vanity would not allow himself to admit just how dire things had become. Fortunately for him, however, the men he was corresponding with noticed the steady decline of his Morse code. After 4 months, it was nearly unintelligible. Dots and dashes betrayed just how close Admiral Richard Byrd was to death. After 5 months, he was rescued. Both men almost died in their self-imposed deep freeze. Both very nearly lost themselves to that white death. And yet, in that time, both undeniably also experienced something close to euphoria. Richard Byrd writes rapturously about the spectacle of the aurora, its undulating serpentine folds, what he feels as its implicit storytelling. He pictures the light shows in the dark Antarctic night as somehow a representation of good versus evil. There are stretches of time when he feels the cosmos are telling him what it means to be alive. He says that these shows left him with the tingling feeling that I had witnessed a scene denied to all other men. For Christopher Knight, a man who sought isolation to a more extreme extent than almost anyone else, the deep freeze of winter offered the complete opposite. A sort of divine pause, the only time of the year when everything stopped. No sounds of humans, animals, or even the rustling of the leaves. After he was forcibly removed from his forest hideout, it seemed that the memory of winter's lost wore heaviest on him. What I miss most in the woods, Knight said, is somewhere in between quiet and solitude. What I miss most is stillness. Cold can be an individual antagonist, needle-fingered, intimate, but just as often it serves as a society-level threat. Rare are the people who choose to go out into a freeze unsheltered. Much more often, the cold comes to us.
You don't have to think back far for an example of this. In 2021, a series of disastrous winter storms hit the US. Many areas saw huge numbers of people lose power. Texas, most infamously of all, had an almost complete breakdown of its electrical grid during its coldest period in living memory. But it was not, as a point of fact, unprecedented. 10 years earlier, a series of blizzards caused a series of similar rolling blackouts across the state. Recommendations made by experts on how to properly winterize and avoid further catastrophes were subsequently ignored by the state's leaders. And then a decade later, it happened again. Now, to someone who lives further north, the temperature during Texas's freeze may not seem that cold. It almost never dipped below zero. The absolute chilliest days wouldn't be anything unusual in Minnesota or Maine. But of course, the ability to withstand cold on a societal level has little to do with individual toughness, and the numerical temperature matters much less than the resources a place has put into withstanding it. Texas's collapse is instead a reminder that the cold will find the weakness at every point of infrastructure, force open the cracks that can otherwise be ignored. Many of the deaths in Texas weren't from simple hypothermia, but the carbon monoxide poisoning that resulted from improvising home heaters, or even fires that spread from never-before-used fireplaces. Water pipes burst, streetlights blackened, people were forced close together in shelters despite the ongoing presence of a global pandemic. Much like COVID, the cold exposes the vulnerabilities in our systems that were always present, and exposes the inhumanity the people who profit by ignoring those vulnerabilities. And when I look at Texas, I don't see a freak accident, but the beginning of a trend. Summers are going to keep getting hotter and winters will keep getting colder, and the building blocks that make up our society are fundamentally not prepared for the climate hell that we're staring down the barrel of. But you gotta admit, makes a great story. This is the basis for Bong Joon-ho's Snowpiercer, a movie set in an apocalyptic ice age brought on by climate change. It's also the background, quote-unquote, science for The Day After Tomorrow, my personal favorite big disaster movie. It's also the context for the survival sim Frostpunk, a game bold enough to ask, what if SimCity, but with frostbite-based amputations? Frostpunk takes place in an alternate history 19th century in which an unexplained sudden ice age decimates most of Europe, leaving scant few wandering bands of people and even fewer coal-powered generators that maybe, if you plan things exactly right, can keep humanity alive through the plummeting temperature. But Frostpunk is not, at least initially, a game that lauds players with easy victories in civil engineering. Although the game can be min-maxed to perfection, my experiences with it were far more like Jack London's story, a series of ominous dominoes toppling one after another. Except in this case, it's not one person, it's a city, and in this case, I didn't even realize they were falling until far too late. Managing your city is a challenge of managing many different resources and conditions, a juggling act of making sure you have enough wood, steel, and coal, enough houses so people don't have to sleep unsheltered, enough medical clinics that the sick can recover and quickly get back to work. For me, it was always about two things too many. I'd be really proud of the amount of wood I had stockpiled, and then realize that our food reserves had been totally used up. At multiple points, I had to turn almost the entirety of the city's labor force into a coal gathering machine, ignoring every other problem because, if we ran out of coal to keep the heat on, none of the other problems in the city would matter. My adherence to a moral city, my refusal to enforce 14-hour shifts or put children to work, meant that we were constantly on the precipice of disaster. Playing Frostpunk feels like living out the tiny catastrophes of to build a fire, making a mistake as simple as dropping a match in the snow, and then watching those mistakes ripple out to hundreds. Early on, I had a team of explorers find a defunct coal mine. They offered me a choice. Should we salvage a modest amount of supplies from the mine now with the potential of reactivating it later? Or should we completely break down the operation, seize everything now, and just hope for another consistent source of fuel to present itself in the future? I generally pride myself on my delayed gratification, my ability to hold off on immediate rewards for a larger prize in the future. But I looked at this situation and was completely overwhelmed with the immediate gains. 200 pieces of coal, wood, and steel, an absolute fortune. Later in the game, when I had my generator cranked so high that it burned through 200 pieces of coal in a matter of seconds, I thought back to that coal mine. As the temperature plummeted further and further below zero, I realized that I had knocked over the first domino hours before without even thinking about it. As I scrambled to keep my city at a livable temperature, forsaking all other resources and every standard of civilization in the face of that white death, I had a sudden flashback to a story I heard as a kid, one that stuck with me for probably 2 decades now. It is, hilariously enough, from the Little House series by Laura Ingalls Wilder. On the banks of Plum Creek, Ma and Pa are going to town, but Pa says that he's got to bring the wood inside before he does, because a blizzard is going to roll through. He tells his daughters a story about some kids who didn't have enough wood inside, and it was too cold to go out in the blizzard. He says that as their cabin got colder, the kids ran out of wood completely. They destroyed the wood box, then the chairs, then all the furniture in the house in a desperate attempt to keep the fire alive. It wasn't enough, though. When their parents finally got home, Pa said that the kids were froze stark stiff. This story causes a sort of mania in Laura and her sister, who are so worried about freezing in their house that they bring in all of the wood from their wood pile outside, much to the amusement of Pa. The Little House series often spoke frankly about the perils of 19th century life in the Midwest, but I don't remember anything else as dark as this story. Though only a couple lines, I could clearly picture the kids' desperation turning to hypothermia, as even their furniture didn't provide enough fuel for the fire to stay alight. It was only in researching this video that I learned Wilder's original version of the story, written in her non-fiction autobiography, is even more detailed and even more horrifying. The basic setup remains the same: kids at home while the parents are kept away by a blizzard, but the simple froze stark stiff is replaced by detailed descriptions. The kids attempted to leave the house after their stovepipe collapsed. All 5 were found in a snowbank nearby. 3 were dead, frozen completely. The oldest, a 12-year-old girl, had survived and managed to keep the youngest, a baby, alive by swaddling it in her coat. Though the baby was barely chilled, the 12-year-old's limbs were frozen. Pa said that she screamed as they thawed her arms and eventually amputated a leg. The version of the story I knew, the one that stuck in my head for decades, was somehow the more child-friendly telling. I can't believe how much worse it got. And it's hardly the only time Wilder brought up the cold. In fact, it seems like the biggest threat her family ever faced. Its presence always met with a dramatic darkening of the tone in what are ostensibly children's books. In The Long Winter, one in which her whole family are snowed in for months, she wrote, "There were no more lessons. There was nothing in the world but cold and dark and work and coarse brown bread and the winds blowing. The storm was always there, outside the walls, waiting sometimes, then pouncing, shaking the house, roaring, snarling, and screaming in rage. She did not ever feel awake. She felt beaten by the cold and the storms. She knew she was dull and stupid, but she could not wake up." Tales of the cold are almost always made of long, harsh periods of shelter and depression, mixed with tiny victories against the immovable force. Laura's family sings together while in the midst of the blizzard. Generator upgrades in Frostpunk bring brief periods of livability. In The Long Dark, a survival game set in an apocalyptic winter, achievements are minuscule compared to other games in the genre. There's no fortress to construct in The Long Dark, farms to fully automate, or escape vehicles to build. Instead, moments of victory are sewing together a slightly warmer coat, finding a whetstone, lighting a fire. The Long Dark is a pure survival game. Although there are wolves and bears, it's cold and hunger that you'll be fighting for the majority of your time. The end game doesn't look so different from the beginning. Unlike most enemies in video games or antagonists in stories, there is no conquering the cold. You can merely survive it. The cold is a bizarre force, though, because although it can obviously be deadly, it also preserves, not just in food, but in people. Most of you probably have heard of cryonics, the pseudoscientific idea that if you freeze a body now, we'll be able to resuscitate it far in the future. Although cryonics are basically impossible to prove effective with our current technology, which I guess is the point, cases of survival in impossible cold are not. Far from our popular sayings related to the temperature of death, cold dead hands, and the like, medical wisdom actually goes in the reverse direction. You're not dead until you're warm and dead. Cardiac arrest generally means death in less than 30 minutes, but if you're frozen, that time can be multiplied, with successful resuscitations after hours. A doctor colloquially known as Professor Popsicle has said, "We've learned that there really is no temperature so low you shouldn't try and save someone." The cold's ability to preserve lends it an almost mythic quality. The same force can maintain the life in a brain frozen for hours, keep a neon-jacketed body locked to the same point of Everest for decades, and mummify a man so effectively that 5,000 years later we can tell what he ate hours before he died. On a purely theoretical level, you have to admire the cold. It is so straightforward, so ruthlessly efficient at what it does. It is, of course, harder to appreciate when you're experiencing it. My favorite gross out story of the cold, one so absurd I have to include it, is from Howard Somervell, a mountaineer in the early 20th century. Somervell was on one of the earlier attempts to summit Everest, but as the team climbed higher and higher up the mountain, he found himself seized with coughing fits. Somervell eventually coughed so hard that he felt something stick in his throat. He actually begins to choke. He can't call out for help. He sits down in the snow to die, and then finally manages to hack the thing in his throat out into the snow. It was a piece of his own larynx, frostbitten and detached from his innards. He was fine, by the way. Made it back down the mountain, lived another 50 years, just left a little bit of himself behind. Almost 90 years after Somervell's adventure, Friday in late November 2009,
I went on a trip to Grayson Highlands, Virginia with some friends and their parents.
Our plan was to hike in, camp a couple nights, explore the trails while we were there. Grayson Highlands is gorgeous, by the way.
Most of the mountains are heavily forested,
but these are bare, with long sections where you can walk along clear ridgelines. There are rocky outcroppings and beautiful overlooks. It's one of my favorite places in the state to hike. We arrived around noon and started to walk. It was chilly, but in the fun sort of way, the activity of the ascent keeping us warm. It was exciting. The wind occasionally gusted hard enough to almost knock us over. I can't remember exactly when the temperature started to drop. I do know sundown would have been about 5 p.m. I just remember that those gusts started to cut straight through the light windbreaker I was wearing. My flexible gloves didn't seem to retain any heat at all. Looking back, I don't think it was that cold taken in pure degrees. I doubt it sunk much below 15. But in real terms, I was simply unprepared. I had the equipment needed for a sunny fall hike in a southern state, not an overcast mountaintop with sudden temperature changes and a constantly howling wind. To once again quote Jack London, the forecast for that day told me that it was cold and uncomfortable, and that was all. It did not lead me to consider my weaknesses as a creature affected by temperature. I remember getting to our campsite, reaching into my tent bag, and being completely unable to determine if what my numb fingers were touching was the canvas of the tent or the poles that would form the frame. I dumped the whole thing out on the ground and tried to pick up the poles to snap them together, but simply couldn't make the connections. 12 years out, I couldn't tell you if the problem was exclusively physical or if my brain had also somehow been deadened. What I know is I stood there and made no progress, increasingly frustrated and alarmed that I couldn't do the single action I needed to give myself shelter. Within minutes, my dad, who was also on the hike, realized what was going on, gave me his gloves, snapped the poles together, and staked the tent to the ground. I more or less fell inside, got in my sleeping bag at what couldn't have been past 6, and immediately went to sleep. I half remember being woken a little while later, again by my dad, who gave me some food warmed by a camp stove and hot chocolate. I passed out again. Looking back, I think about Christopher Knight, who forced himself awake at the coldest parts of the night, stubbornly paced to keep his body functioning and warm. I failed just about every test the cold threw at me. I am possibly over-dramatizing the situation, but in my memory, that is the closest I have ever felt to death. It really felt like my dad saved my life. The next morning, we all got up, a little shaken by how unexpectedly extreme the previous night had been. We first hesitantly, then enthusiastically pitched the idea of leaving early. I wasn't the only one who had a bad time. There are many places on Earth with permafrost, a layer of frozen soil and sediment beneath the surface that is, theoretically, permanent. Winter, summer, this stays cold, keeping all the dead plants and organisms on that layer cold with it, preserving them, in a way, keeping their bodies locked beneath the ground. But, as with so many things, our naming of permafrost assumed a level of stability we denied the world. For many years now, permafrost has been thawing, and with it resurfaced startling reminders of the past. In Spitsbergen, an island in Norway, human bones appear to be rising out of the ground. A 1600s whaling graveyard, preserved in the ice for 400 years, is now seeing the permafrost exhume the bodies it kept hidden. Humans, whales, pieces of ships, all emerging from the earth. In previous years, the permafrost acted as a sort of shield. Not only would bodies remain permanently frozen, but so too would any diseases or dangers they held with them. Now, with a steadily climbing global temperature, that shield weakens. A small-scale plague of viral anthrax broke out in Russia when a heat wave exposed the frozen corpses of 75-year-old reindeer from the permafrost. Back in Spitsbergen, corpses from a century ago still held the full sequence of the 1918 flu. In Longyearbyen, Norway, the northernmost town in the world, there's a joke that residents are not allowed to die. In reality, this refers to burial. The town will not allow corpses from today to freeze instead of decomposing, potentially holding diseases in perpetuity and unleashing them on archaeologists centuries from now. And while that's a noble effort, the deadliest thing is already bound up with all the bodies in the permafrost: carbon. When functioning normally, the frozen ground prevents plants, animals, even humans from releasing their carbon back into the atmosphere. The cold keeps the remains and the carbon they carry. But as the frost thaws, that carbon is released too, billions of tons of it, that in turn increases the global warming, causing the thaw in the first place, accelerating the heating, thawing process in a vicious cycle. Like in Carpenter's The Thing, the cold, left undisturbed, would have held the threat as long as necessary. Unlike The Thing, once the dangers of the permafrost are released, they cannot be confined. No matter where we are, we will feel the impermanence of the permafrost. It's little surprise that the coldest naturally occurring temperature on Earth was recorded in Antarctica. It's either 128 or 135 below, depending on if you want ground level or satellite measurements. In any case, the continent fulfills its promise as the end of nowhere, an inferno of ice, the Earth's underworld. The coldest naturally occurring place in space, as far as we know, is the Boomerang Nebula. It's part of the constellation Centaurus. It's about 5,000 light years away, and thanks to the expelling of ultra-cold gas from a dying star, maintains a temperature of about 1 degree Kelvin, or 1 degree above absolute zero. That's about negative 459 degrees Fahrenheit. This is less than half of the temperature of the vacuum of space in general, which holds a little higher than 2 degrees Kelvin, thanks to background radiation from the Big Bang, but the absolute coldest place in the universe. As far as we know, the coldest temperature anywhere has ever been, ever, is back on Earth. In labs across the world for the past century, scientists have pushed temperatures lower. 1 Kelvin may be the lowest temperature in space, but we continue to go colder, far,
far below 1, within thousandths and millionths of a degree of absolute zero. Like the speed of light, it seems like something we may be able to get unbelievably close to, but never reach. Cold itself, in terms of physics, is defined by absence. The absence of energy, the stilling of particles. The lower the temperature, the slower the particle movement within. In the theoretical, impossible object at absolute zero, there is no movement whatsoever. Every particle within the object would be at rest. In a poetic sense, the hermit Christopher Knight was correct from a physics standpoint when describing the quiet of winter. Somewhere in between quiet and solitude. What I miss most is stillness. It will take until the end of the universe for natural temperatures to best those created in a lab on Earth. When every star has gone out and every black hole has evaporated and the radiation from the Big Bang fizzles away, all the nothing that exists will reach the same temperature, some impossibly small decimal. Still, not absolute zero, but about as close as anything will ever get. We, as humans, are inherently fallible. We build houses with cracks in the walls, strike matches that singe and fall from our fingertips, seek solitude without ensuring self-sufficiency. And fortunately for our survival, we are generally insulated from these mistakes. A cracked wall, a singed finger, is a setback, not a catastrophe. The cold will strip that insulation bare, remove our layers of protection, show us how desperate a situation really is. The cold punishes arrogance, forces isolation, remembers our mistakes. But to depict the cold as malicious, antagonistic, is to limit its power. The cold is not an anthropocentric force. It doesn't care one way or another about its effect on us. It was present before anything existed. It will remain after everything is done.
There seems things done in midnight sun of a man more cold. The arctic trails have secret sails that are made blood run cold. Northern lights, the Sinclair dread. But bravely I said I'll just take a peek inside. I guess he's cooked and it's time I looked. Then the door I opened wide. And there sat Sam looking cool and calm in the heart of the furnace room. They wore a smile, you could see for a mile. They said, please close that door. It's fine here, but a crazy feel you let in the cold and storm. Since I left Plum Tree down in Tennessee, it's the first time I've been warm. Since I left Plum Tree down in Tennessee, it's the first time I've been warm.
Twizzlers. They're chewy and they're delicious. Tastes like fruit, roughly. Oh, I love it. She's so cautious. You like it? Well, good morning. In this video today, my goal is to share some candies from the USA with people who ordinarily would not get the chance to try it. Around the world, people are attuned to different types of flavors. In Mexico, they love sour. In northern Thailand, they love bitter. And it seems like all around the world, people like sweet. So we're gonna see how they like it here. Let's go meet some members of the village and try it out.
Our first stop is in the southern African country of Zimbabwe. Just a short drive from Victoria Falls, you'll find this village, home to members of the Ndebele and Tonga tribes. Decades ago, folks here used to hunt and eat wild game like zebra and giraffe. But these days, it's all about goats, sheep, and a local garden. Let's see what they think of some of America's most intense sour candy.
Chief, can I try giving you some candy from my home country?
Okay.
Are you willing to try it?
I'll have to try it.
I need to warn you, it's very sour.
Sour. Sometimes sour is good. What is this made of?
It's called a Sour Patch Kid.
What is the content?
Sugar and then something to make it sour?
Not bile.
They don't know. I don't think there's any bile in here.
But it's good.
Oh, you like it?
I like it.
You don't even look like it's sour. Try it out, buddy. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Where'd he go? Too sour? Oh no, he spit it out. I think it's too sour. This kid showed some interest. Do you want to try one? Yeah? Okay, grab one. It's gonna be sour. What do you think? Oh, delicious. Oh, two more. Okay, fine. Take it. All right, enjoy. A fruit gummy filled with fruit juice. Very nice. I have an American candy here. These are called Gushers. Do you want to try one? It has juice on the inside.
Super nice.
Do you want one more?
Definitely.
You can.
Thank you.
How does it taste? Can you feel the juice?
It's almost like strawberry.
But fake and made with chemicals. But basically, like strawberries. Oh, so right now, you are cooking some rabbit. We've got rabbit here, goat, more goat. Can you remind me your name?
Marcos.
Marcos. I want to offer you some American candy. Oh, I love that your hand is caked with some goat blood. That is called a ring pop. You can wear it and you can eat it.
Sour.
Is it any fruit flavor? It's supposed to...
Some grapes.
So overall, good or bad? In the middle.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Enjoy. We have left Zimbabwe. Now I am here in Tanzania.
Welcome to Tanzania. This East African country has over 120 different tribes, all with their own unique culture and cuisine. Today, I'm with the Totoga tribe. They're a semi-nomadic pastoral society where the women do most of the meat cooking. Around here, you'll find plenty of goats and cows, so they have a lot of experience with protein. But what about candy?
First up, Twizzlers. They're strawberry flavored, they're chewy, and they're delicious. Right now, everyone actually happens to be butchering an entire cow. In the meantime, you know, snacks. Does she want to try a snack? She's not wrong. Let me try a piece myself. Tastes like fruit, roughly. Oh, I love it. She's so cautious. You like it? Oh, I'm sorry. Who knew? I thought everyone loved Twizzlers, but I guess not. It is true. They do have kind of a plasticky feel. She's gonna try giving it to the child now.
It's tasty.
Okay, so the kid likes
The
it.
kids like.
All right, that's cute. All right, we have a winner right here. Next up, we have a Twix. Just so you guys know, I just ate raw blood and bile and meat and kidney and liver. Now they get to try Twix. I don't think it's a fair exchange. This is gonna spoil your appetite. Right now, they're literally eating raw meat mixed with blood and bile. Yeah. Everyone is so skeptical here. She took a tiny bite. She's got some of the caramel, some of the chocolate.
She said sweet.
Anya. Oh, Anya means delicious. Oh, there you go. These are nice, aggressive bites. That's what I would do. Good. Thumbs up. We found a winner here with Twix. Have they ever tasted something like that before? Well, I hope you like it. One more is going to try it. We found a hit finally. All their hands are coated in blood and bile. Anya. Oh, it's delicious. Okay, that is a yummy face. Even Mark Wiens could not beat that yummy face. This thing is going to be gone in 2 seconds. Everyone's loving it. I think it's a good dessert after you eat a lot of raw blood, raw bile. It's just nice to have something sweet to finish up the meal, so that's what they've done here. So far, so good. People here seem to be a big fan of the Twix, not so much of the Twizzler, but I've got another weapon. The Rice Krispie bar. One of my favorites. It is Rice Krispies, marshmallows, made into a delicious bar. Right now the men have got a nice little barbecue going. It's a lot of meat, it's a lot of protein, that's all good. But it's no Rice Krispie bar. Let's try that out. Here we have the elder men of the village and surrounding area. I want to offer this and see what they think. I mean, this is impossible to not like. We haven't got a final deliberation. He's trying it. Everyone's curious. Anya much? He said very delicious. All right, he's trying. I love how he's sharing it. He's passing it around. I gotta say, it's going quick. It must be popular. Have you ever had something like this before?
No. Just like honey.
So there's not a ton of references for sweet stuff here. Honey is definitely one of them. Oh, passing it to this gentleman. Hello. Anya? Okay, we got kind of a thumbs up. All I can say is it is completely gone. Boom, thank you. Okay, they like the Rice Krispie bar. Of course, everyone does, but now it's time for the guys to try the Twizzlers. What will they think? Plastic or delicious? They're deciding, they're taking their first bites, thinking about it. Tamu? Tamu means delicious in Swahili. All right, here we have the arrow makers. They're gonna try it too. Yes, it can be like jewelry. Next up, Kinder Joy. I believe this is illegal in the USA because it's a choking hazard. Oh, so look inside. It's like yummy candy. I have a feeling that melted in my suitcase, but it's still good. Oh, she's sharing with all the kids. Wow, so this one likes the raw liver and candy. That's quite the range. Anya? And you can open this side too. Oh, it's a toy. I don't know anything about Kinder eggs. Here, let me show you. You put this on here, put this on here. Where's that go? Put this, I don't know. Here, use this, and you can put it together. In the end, I learned that Kinder Egg has a toy in it. That's why it's a choking hazard. That makes sense. And then the chocolatey, yummy part, they like it. Delicious. So, they got a toy, and they got a little bit of a treat. Nice.
Meet the Hadzabe. This is Africa's last hunter-gatherer tribe. They sleep outside, they make their own weapons, and they hunt. Every day, the men head out with no idea what they'll bring back, whether it be a monkey, a mongoose, or this thing. Although they have eaten some natural sweets like honey, today will be the first time they try real candy.
Hello, Socorro. This is a Reese's Pieces. I give it to you as a gift. Oh yes, use a knife. This guy is so badass. It's chocolate, it's peanut butter, it's delicious. He's trying it out. Uh-oh.
The taste is delicious.
Taste is delicious. He's gonna share it. This is ja'aba.
But the taste is a bit honey.
A bit like honey. That's the comparison I kind of thought would be made here, because people here have had honey, but they haven't really had much other sweets besides that. It's good? All right. Mubea. All right.
He wants one more.
Oh, he's... So next, I'm gonna give him Starburst, not chocolatey, not peanut buttery. It should be kind of fruity. Don't worry, I'm not laughing at you. I know you've never seen this before. Yeah, the packaging on this sucks. Hold on, hold this, please. Hold my phone. All right. I was opening for him. He's like, I don't give a crap.
This one is the more delicious. The same honey. They said this one tastes salty, but this one is baba fruit when you mix the sugar.
Excellent critique. It sounds like they like everything here. By the way, he has an arrow between his toes, or a bow, and he is fashioning a bow as we speak. That's why I love this place. The final one, Pop-Tarts. This is personally one of my favorite flavors. Frosted s'mores. It's gonna be chocolatey, marshmallowy, plus the frosting on top. So cool. So the bread part, not sweet. The chocolatey part, a little bit like honey for him.
Yeah, he likes this part.
Just the sweet part. Here you go, Pop-Tarts. The bready part, he said, is kind of like ugali, but he likes the chocolatey part. Make sense? I gave him more. He said, bring it to the women. Let's go to them now before it gets too dark. We got s'mores, Pop-Tarts, and Reese's Pieces. The ladies are here. They're next to the fire. Uh-oh, she looks confused, in pain.
She tried to eat this, and she said it's like, I don't get it.
Too strange, right?
Yeah, sweet, but not much sweet.
So he's told her to try the chocolate part, the sweet part. She doesn't like it at all. This is the Reese's Pieces. It looks like she's got some good package opening skills here. She just takes a little sample.
She said tasty salt.
Like salt? Grandma's trying. Everyone just takes a little bit of a taste of.
She doesn't like
Oh. Is it possible the chief was lying to me? Was he just being nice? Ladies, not that into candy. Looks like the guys here could save a lot of money on Valentine's Day. This is an amazing place. It's such a communal style of living. They work together, they hunt together. The same thing as I give them some treats. They're super curious, they're so open-minded, and they always share with each other. It seems like they like it a lot, and looks like overall, big win.
Welcome to the Best Ever merch store, where you can check out our brand new designs. Best Ever bandanas in black, white, and red. The Please Send Nudes hoodie, pillow soft fabric with a quality custom graphic inlay. And our Street Food Around the World graphic tee. We're now shipping everywhere around the world. Just visit shopbesteverfood.com or click the link in the description below to get your new merch today. A peace.
I'm going to be absolutely truthful with you. Things have got way too far out of control. Let's recap a bit, shall we?
Call of Duty was never supposed to have a zombies game mode. During the development of World at War in 2007, a small team within Treyarch decided to spend the little free time that they had prototyping an unapproved horde mode based on the co-op mechanics of the campaign. Unapproved really means unapproved here, as the group of developers responsible worked on it in secret for the better half of a year.
So let's review. We got a tough development. The team's working with new technology, we're behind schedule, the team is crunched. Late stage innovation, unapproved, unplanned, unscheduled, definitely ungreenlit work in an established franchise, and zombies at this point, they're clearly off brand. I remember the first time I heard about it, I was like, what?
With the Call of Duty brand mostly focusing on depicting a realistic war setting at the time, and with World at War already being far behind schedule, it is a wonder that the Zombies game mode ever really made it into the game to begin with. The sole and only reason that it survived was that the higher-ups at Activision and a lot of people within Treyarch played the game mode after discovering its existence and simply thought that it was a lot of fun.
I wanted this to be on the disc. I wanted our players to have this. And this is where we made the very risky, but ultimately the right choice to follow the fun, follow the passion, and bet on a dedicated and talented team.
So no money would be spent on advertising this game mode, or ever even mentioning its existence before the release. And the decision was even made to hide the game mode behind the campaign completion. A lot of players might have thought that Activision and Treyarch did this to give players a reward for completing the campaign, But the big reason behind it is that they didn't want to have the game mode up front in the main menu. They did not want zombies to be the first thing people played when they loaded up their new Call of Duty game. While both Activision and Treyarch closely and perhaps a bit nervously awaited the response of the player base, it was perhaps the fact that it came as such a surprise that it was received with so much praise. It had an immense amount of hype behind it after players found out. And although the game mode was fun, the mechanics of zombies were incredibly basic and bare bones, even for its time. There was only one map, Nacht and Toten, and it just had one unique mechanic, which was the mystery box.
Come on. Ray gun, ray gun, ray gun, ray gun.
With games like Left 4 Dead and Gears of War 2 both coming out in the same month, a horde type game mode or a zombie shooter wasn't exactly a fresh or a new idea, with Gears of War doing a far better job at round-based survival horde mode gameplay, with many more maps to choose from, more varied enemies and boss rounds, and then Left 4 Dead doing the 4-player co-op zombies much better. Of course, it wouldn't be fair to compare a game that solely is based around killing zombies to an additional game mode, but the point is that the reason for its success was perhaps that it was a secret, more than that the game mode was anything revolutionary. But revolutionary is what it would become over time. Because if you're Treyarch, if you're the developers that worked on this game mode, it's pretty easy to see how this is your passion project, and when you see your passion project get so much praise, you're not just going to let it die out. Throughout the next 9 months, which is pretty much nothing in terms of development time for video games, Treyarch would release 3 different map packs for Call of Duty World at War. And each of those map packs also contained 1 extra zombie map. Now these extra zombie maps, they could have easily just been the same thing, but in a different layout. If you look at the Gears of War 2 Horde mode, which was a comparison that I made just a minute ago, that's pretty much what the map packs were. It was just the same thing in a different environment. But with zombies, with every map that came out in World at War, the formula got not only flipped on its head, but the developers added so much to these maps that it almost became a whole different experience. The first map to come out was Zombie Verrückt, and as many know, it throws out everything out of the door in comparison to Nacht und Toten. For starters, there's a power switch on the map now that players would have to turn on in order to unlock certain doors. The power switch would also be required for the perks, which is another new thing. You can drink these weird potions and you get incredible buffs from it that help you survive for a much longer time. The characters you play as now have voice lines.
Hey player, if you'd look at your score, you'd see we ain't doing very well. And it's your fault!
There are electric traps around the map that can do the zombie killing for you. The mystery box now moves around the map and you can get an unlucky pull and pull out a teddy bear, which makes it spawn somewhere else. The zombie AI had been updated to be more aggressive and be able to hit players through windows. All of these improvements, on top of the map just being much larger than the previous one. This second map alone had so much innovation that it could have easily been the zombies iteration for the next Call of Duty, and people would have still been pleasantly surprised. And yet, this map only came out 5 months after launch. Now, it's probably a fair assumption to make that some of these features were already in development before the release of the game, but just couldn't be included in Nacht und Toten. But the same thing probably cannot be said for the next 2 zombies maps released, which surprisingly and against all expectations innovated the zombies mode even more. Now this isn't really going to be a video where I'll just be listing every single minute change made with every single map, but let's just say that by the time that their released, which was not even a whole year after the release of the game, we went from being boxed into a single room with maybe a couple of cool weapons to getting randomized perk spawns around the map, Hellhound rounds giving you a bit more enemy variety, there were teleporters around the map, zip lines, more varied traps, we've got the Pack-a-Punch machine which would let you upgrade your weapons, and many more things, like being able to get a Bowie knife, which became the center point for early round point farming in the strategy book of many players.
The doctor is in!
The Reese also introduced players to what would be the first look at an interactive Easter egg questline that they could chase, which would over the years set out to become a cornerstone piece of the Zombies game mode. Admittedly, it's pretty simple. You just have to follow a couple of steps that go from interacting with a glowing jar to shooting some hidden teddy bears to finally end up shooting a couple of small objects outside of the map to make some floating power-ups appear and shoot off into the sky. And yes, everybody, I am using the Black Ops 1 version, the Black Ops 1 remake of this map, simply because I was having trouble with recording World at War footage and playing it with my friends. But as most of you know, most of these maps are pretty much identical, give or take a few minor details here and there. My point is, if the countless of innovations made to Zombies in the 9 months following World at War's release, if that wasn't enough to indicate that Treyarch was passionate about this game mode and wanted to do more with it, then maybe these little secrets surely would. It's impossible to say exactly how much thought and preparation was put into these Easter eggs, but many people believe that this was all part of a grandiose plan for a grandiose zombie storyline. And there are many examples that point towards Treyarch planning years and years ahead, like the moon in the Dairy skybox showing some red dots on it, which would perhaps indicate that there's something there. And then 2 years later, in Black Ops 1, we would get a map released on the moon. I find it a bit harder to believe though. Most of the developers working on the Zombies game modes, they weren't writers. And with all the uncertainty of the Zombies game mode even carrying over to the future games to begin with, I think that they went with an approach more similar to throwing shit at a wall and seeing what sticks. Regardless of how they did it though, one thing was clear. People loved it, and people couldn't stop themselves from wanting more and more zombies. So 2 years later, Black Ops 1 launches, and seeing how this Call of Duty would be developed by the same studio that created World at War, Zombies was not just something people were hoping for, it was an expectation. And of course, the passionate team at Treyarch wanted to deliver on that expectation, because their once experimental passion project had now finally turned into something bigger than any of them could have imagined at the time. So instead of just launching with one map, Black Ops 1 released with 2 zombie maps, Kino der Toten and 5. And although neither of them innovated as much as any of the World at War maps did, especially Kino der Toten was very positively received by the Zombies player base at the time. It's true that Kino der Toten doesn't really do anything new or crazy, but it was the perfect map to have at launch because it simply combined all the good things about the zombie maps up until that point, and didn't really have any glaring faults. The map was also really on the easy side if you compare it to the maps previously released in World at War. It was relatively easy to get the Pack-a-Punch, and there's a very easily accessible Juggernaut right next to the Bowie knife. All of this just screams accessibility. Accessibility for a whole lot of new players to jump into this game mode. Many had heard of the Nacht der Toten experience, but not a lot of players stuck around until the very end of World at War. So they never got to experience the Reese or any of the more advanced zombies mechanics. So even though the map doesn't innovate a lot, it brings a lot of new features to the table for the majority of the player base, and that's what's important. 5, on the other hand, was fresh, but also difficult and very unforgiving, which is perhaps also why the developers put this map behind the requirement of beating the campaign once again, but then left Kino der Toten available for everybody to play at the start. The map is nothing but tight hallways and corridors, which makes it very easy to get stuck and get surrounded. And it also has a boss zombie round with the Pentagon Thief, which is a fast and very tanky zombie that steals your weapon if he makes contact with you. The map has teleporters to send you around, but they send you to random places instead of a predetermined one, and just wait to see what's coming for you the moment you Pack-a-Punch a weapon and try to leave the room. Treyarch knew that Kino der Toten was an easy to consume map that many players would default to, so they weren't afraid to put that map up front and take big risks with 5. It's the first ever map with its own introductory cutscene, and the Easter egg song that you can have play during the gameplay is a licensed song from Eminem.
They have a
was in, now I'm pounding on my mans, had me out like a...
I haven't really mentioned these Easter egg songs yet, but the ones found in previous maps were actually created by the Treyarch developers themselves. Yes, the developers recorded various songs themselves and then hid them as Easter eggs in the zombie maps, which is yet another thing that goes to show how passionate the developers really were about zombies at the time. But combine the spectacle of a cutscene and an Eminem song with the fact that a large part of the Pentagon play area was ripped right out of the campaign, where it is used for nothing more than an interactive cutscene, well, let's just say that the map idea was probably something that came from upper management and not something that the zombies team were really 100% behind. The result is that 5 is often referred to as the other map. People like it for the setting, but it's often disliked for the many frustrating design choices. But with the big budget release out of the way, and the management mostly focusing on the next Call of Duty and how to best market that, it would finally give the Treyarch Zombies team a lot more room to breathe and kinda see what they can do to mix up the now established Zombies formula. This is where we end up on Ascension, the first of 4 maps released post-launch for Black Ops 1. And you can tell that the jump up in map quality, I mean, it's very noticeable. For starters, the map is significantly bigger than anything we've seen before, and the developers wanted to show that off in the best possible way by adding 3 rocket platforms that would transfer the player from one corner of the map to another.
Wow.
Sick though, right?
That is actually really sick, yeah.
Dude,
It's like a teleporter, but with style.
And now we're back at the start.
Oh, that's horrible.
It gives players 2 new powerful perks in addition to the existing ones, and throws in a whole bunch of new toys to be gathered from the mystery box, all of which would be needed for the now more complicated Easter egg questline. Although the questline comes with a lot of obnoxious steps that are really randomly out there, the experience of finding out the steps was like nothing else at the time. This map really was ambitious, trying to push every boundary possible that it had previously set for itself, and it really set the stage for what players could expect from the future maps. Yet, when looking back at it now, it's still very obvious to see the growing pains of the zombies mode when scaled up to this extent for the first time. Because yes, the map is bigger, but it also resulted into a lot more big open areas, which made it very, very easy to manipulate the zombie AI and create these trains to no end, heavily diminishing difficulty. The boss round is also a great way to highlight the map size being a bit of a problem. Instead of these dogs, we now have monkeys, which wasn't a bad idea to try and switch up the gameplay, but the gimmicks that these monkeys have is that they will try to run over to the perk machines instead of trying to kill the player, and if you don't kill them before they get there, you will lose a perk. With 4 players, it's of course rather easy to defend these perk machines. But if you're playing by yourself, it really is a pain to do, mostly because the map is so big and the perk machines are scattered all around the map. Treyarch clearly had 4-man co-op play in mind when wanting to size up the map, but didn't really account for a lot of the other mechanics or how it would diminish the game's difficulty.
I've always liked the monster within idea. I like the zombies being us. It's like zombies are the blue-collar monsters.
Call of the Dead and Shangri-La, the next 2 maps released, were a direct response to everything that people liked and disliked about Ascension. Ascension was too easy, you say? With too many open areas to run around in? Don't worry. We'll just give you a map without any good areas to walk around in, and a map with a lot of big open areas, but they're covered in cold water, so staying in them for too long will make you freeze. Oh, you didn't like the boss round on Ascension? How about we do away with boss rounds altogether and just let the bosses walk around the map starting from round 1. Also, he has an absurd amount of health, and just shooting 1 bullet at him will cause him to go berserk. Clearly, these mechanics were added to increase the difficulty because reworking the zombie AI was just not going to be possible within Black Ops 1. Not all these changes were as positively received. I think Call of the Dead had an overall stronger reception than Shangri-La, simply because the gimmicks of that map were more easily avoidable and you could easily work around them, rather than the map just not having any good train space. But it's important to understand that Treyarch is really still working out the formula at this point. The one thing that both maps universally got praised for though were the teams and the Easter eggs, because thematically the maps really stepped it up, and Treyarch also looked at the feedback that Ascension got with its Easter egg and took the Easter egg questlines to the next level. Where Ascension very much felt like a bunch of random things players had to do without much cohesion or even a satisfying conclusion, Shangri-La almost makes you feel like role-playing as Indiana Jones, going back in time, pressing hidden buttons on the map. It's a night and day difference. And then Call of the Dead, it's a little less cryptic and maybe a little more in your face, but that's what's good about it. You can run into this Easter egg by accident if you're just playing the map as you're intended to.
Hey, is anyone out there? We're stuck in this room.
With these two maps, it's also the first time that there would be some sort of carry-over progress. Completing the Easter eggs in both of these maps would give you an item, and to do the Easter egg on the final map, the moon map I mentioned earlier, you would need both of said items. Although not too difficult, the moon Easter egg had a spectacular conclusion that has you blowing up the Earth with a bunch of rockets that you fire from the moon. If you ask a player that played Call of Duty Zombies back in the day what his most memorable experience from that is, a good chance is that he'll mention this very moment. This was truly so unlike anything that players had seen before, and it is with these maps that the term Zombies Easter egg really became mainstream.
And now, it's only fitting to close with another blockbuster game. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you Call of Duty Black Ops 2.
And this is where we then get to Black Ops 2, because with the Zombies mode becoming such a huge success, the team behind it was given a bigger budget and a lot more freedom to do whatever they thought best for the next title. This was on top of the fact that the IW engine came with a very nice upgrade that would move the Zombies part of the game to the part of the engine that handles the multiplayer, which allowed it to do a lot more things. All the stars really seemed to line up perfectly. A bigger budget, more freedom, an engine update, and passionate developers wanting to push the Zombies mode further forward.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, the zombie team's been very, very busy, right, to creating more zombies, a bigger zombie experience than ever before.
So the one question that we all have to ask ourselves, the one question that remains, is what could possibly go wrong?
Road conditions are contributing to an overall bumpy ride. Time to panic.
Of course, I said that last part in such a foreshadowing way because many players that have played all these zombie modes know that Black Ops 2 Zombies wasn't exactly the home run hit that everybody was hoping for. Black Ops 2 only released with one map, and it is universally regarded as the worst map ever, even to this day. I'm sure you've all heard of Transit. This map is the embodiment of developers wanting to try out too many things and getting far too ambitious, all while working on a tight release schedule. For starters, the map is big. Way too big. It takes about 7 minutes just to do a full loop around the map on foot, and that's while going at full sprint. For reference, that's more time than it takes to drive from the top to the bottom of the map in GTA 5. Now, of course, you're not supposed to run around the map on foot, which is made painfully clear by not only the very thick smoke, which we disabled with cheats, by the way, in this footage that you're watching.
Wait, what the fuck? Clara!
And endlessly spawning monkey zombies that make every second on foot outside of the hub areas a complete nightmare. Staying on the bus does work up until quite a couple of rounds, but it makes the gameplay very one-dimensional. If you want to break away from that as a player and do something completely else, well, you're either going to be forced into playing in one of the 5 incredibly small hub areas, go through the smoke on foot, or use the teleporters, which teleport you to a random location.
Oh, how did I get this sniper?
Typical man.
And when I say that these hub areas are really small, I mean they're really small. The map might be the biggest one ever, but the zones that are actually playable for traditional zombies play are not only very far apart from each other, but also some of them are even smaller than the second zombie map to ever be released. The cherry on top is that most of these zones have next to no items in them and no value to the player. And when the bus finally arrives in the zone that you're in, it often blocks the only place where it would be somewhat reasonable to train zombies, making the bus a death sentence that you kind of have to avoid on the later rounds. All of this results in a map that really has the worst of both worlds, for either solo players and groups. For the solo player, it's near impossible to do certain things within a reasonable time, as to unlock things in one area of the map requires you to do stuff in another area. And as a team, this map is bad because it's almost impossible to play together within the same zones because of how small they are. So you always end up splitting up with everybody, forcing you to play alone. The other introductions that Treyarch made to the Zombies game modes that are not really map specific, but more Black Ops 2 specific, also didn't really help. They added things such as perma perks, buildables, and the bank system. And all of these also have their own problems that actually get carried over into some of the other DLC maps that we'll look at soon. Perma perks were the worst addition and were consequently not added to maps other than Transit, Die Rise, and Buried. The concept's pretty simple: you perform a certain action in-game to receive a certain buff. The issue with these is that most of them are incredibly convoluted to obtain and very easy to lose, all while giving the player no information other than a green flash on the screen to let them know that they've received one. The perma perks are anything but permanent, only been given the name because they can carry over from game to game. But because you can't really rely on them too much, they're nothing but a gimmick, usually best ignored or used for a little bit of fun in between rounds.
Bro, what the fuck? Didn't I have permaflopper? I had permaflopper there.
Do not rely on perma perks at all, dude. They disappear like if you get looked at incorrectly.
Well, then why are they called perma perks if they're not permanent?
That's a fucking misnomer.
The buildables was another interesting system that is admittedly a lot better at score, but the things that were buildable in Transit were really, really bad. The first thing you build on Transit is a fan, which acts as the game's power system. You can place it next to a door or next to certain buttons, and then it will power up something on the map or open the door. This is also how you get the Pack-a-Punch, by the way, which is very annoying because you have to put the fan down in one hub area, then leave and go to the other area just to Pack-a-Punch. And of course, the zombies can also destroy this fan. Another thing that was introduced was the zombie shield, which was actually a very good addition. If carried on the back, it actually prevents you from getting hit by zombies from behind. This was the obvious choice to have, but because you basically couldn't do a lot of stuff without the fan, you weren't really allowed to carry it around all the time. And then the banking system. This just allowed players to save up a bunch of cash and deposit it at the bank to then be able to pick it back up in another run.
Glad to see the bank wasn't robbed while I was gone.
Yeah, it's nice to be able to buy everything on round 3, I guess. But also, buying everything on round 3 kind of destroys the gameplay loop of zombies. It takes away the early game min-maxing completely, and just results into a singular strategy of getting to the bank as fast as possible using the bus. So yeah, seeing how Transit would be the only zombies map at launch for Black Ops 2 for a whole month, it wasn't looking too good. And then the first map that came out was Nuketown Zombies. There's not too much wrong with just a fun Nuketown Zombies map, but it is what it sounds like. Zombies on Nuketown. That's a very far plunge down if compared to some of the maps from Black Ops 1. All of those maps added a whole bunch of mechanics to make it interesting. You may not have liked them all, but Zombies Nuketown is just zombies on Nuketown. Even the next proper map to be released, Die Rise, wasn't really all that great, although I do think it got a lot more criticism than it deserved, mainly because the zombies community was already on a virtual witch hunt. People often say that Die Rise is vertically what Transit is horizontally, referring to the many elevated levels of the two skyscrapers the map is played on. But I don't really think that that's fair, as it's a lot easier to get from floor to floor. And the map can actually be pretty difficult with intense moments, unlike the slog that is Transit. It has a lot of tight corridors, and due to its verticality, many of the places will result in a death if you just misstep the jump an inch or two. It's a very punishing map and takes a lot of time to learn, and I think that that is what ultimately was its downfall. I guess you could say what Black Ops 2 was lacking here was a Kino der Toten experience. Something a bit easier, something new player friendly, something that combined all the best mechanics from zombies thus far without putting too much in the way of the players. Die Rise really needed to be that at the time when the other two maps weren't all that great, and it just wasn't. Now, with so many new additions to the zombie mode in terms of craftables and all the mechanics, it also became a lot more time consuming for Treyarch to develop each map at the time. So when the studio was looking at a real possible long-term problem because the maps aren't good and they weren't going to bring out a lot more maps at the time, Activision, who was once not so sure about zombies, now put the pressure on the studio to make the zombies good again. So the studio came up with a solution. They simply took the Black Ops campaign team and tasked them to make an additional zombies map in parallel to the already existing zombies team. As many of you know, this team was led by Jason Blundell, who's had a long-running history of zombie maps at Treyarch, and with two teams working on zombie maps now, Treyarch and Activision were both hoping that either one of them would be the Kino der Toten experience they were looking for.
Hey Sal, we must have been through this 50 times already. And we'll go through it another 50 if that's what it takes. 9:30, lights out. God begins his rounds.
One thing Activision or Treyarch did not expect though is that the campaign team would set out to create one of the most well-received maps in Call of Duty history. Mob of the Dead is often regarded as one of the best maps ever made, not only because of its many gameplay innovations that actually improved the overall gameplay instead of getting in the way, but also because of its cohesive setting. I guess it shouldn't come as a surprise that the team that worked on one of the highest rated Call of Duty campaigns would also be able to create a killer story and setting for a zombie map. But for the many new gameplay features to also become a home run hit with the fanbase, that was a much needed surprise.
You know what greed can do. They'll fight like rats over every scrap of turf, every nickel and dime.
Just like Transit, Mob of the Dead does not have a central power button, but instead of having to manually power everything with a fan that you have to bring with you, the way to do it now is to simply die, which then puts you in a ghost form, and then you can go around the map hitting certain electric boxes with a spirit attack. This not only means that you're not walking around with a fan all the time, which takes up your item slot and does not allow you to use the zombie shield, but this also acts as a feature that gives players something to do when they go down. What probably stands out the most though is that the Easter egg questline, for the first time ever in a zombies map, truly stands front and center of the experience. So much so that you can barely even call it an Easter egg at this point anymore. The moment you spawn in, you're presented with a map of the prison with the key steps to the questline right there on the wall. Find the warden's key, get the plane parts, build it on top of the roof, and get the hell off the island. Now, these are just the steps required to get to the Pack-a-Punch, which is located on the bridge nearby, which the plane crashes into after you decide to build it and get on it. But the Easter egg itself only involves a couple of extra steps after that, and actually gives you a game over screen the moment you complete it, making completing the Easter egg questline essentially the goal of the map instead of just surviving. Now, I don't actually think that I prefer this over simply getting access to all 8 perks and letting the players play on, but I can see how this may give other players a truer sense of completion. That's also another thing, right? I haven't really talked much about the Easter egg questlines in Black Ops 2, because up until this point they just haven't been that special. Both the Transit and the Die Rise ones, they have many secret steps you had to follow in order to do the questline, but for both of these the payoff was just not worth it. If the moon was the most memorable Easter egg up until this point, it was because of the finale. The fact that you blow up Earth and that you can go back to Earth after it's been blown up and see the results of it. In Transit, you just have a little tower that lights up with a blue color. It's got some electricity on it now, wow. These two maps and a later map to be released, Buried, share the same progression questline where you have to do the Easter egg on Transit, and then do the Easter egg on Die Rise, and then do the Easter egg on Buried to finally get a somewhat big finale. But that big finale only happens on Buried and still isn't as good as the Moon Easter egg. And that's not to mention that Buried did not release up until 2 months after Mob of the Dead, 6 months after the release of Die Rise. At that point, it's safe to say that the hype for the shared Easter egg questline had already cooled off quite a bit, especially seeing how not a lot of people at this point were still playing Transit to begin with. As for Buried, the map was alright. It was received pretty well by a large part of the player base. It wasn't as large, it wasn't as deep as Mob of the Dead. As I said, the Easter egg wasn't as good, But to many players this was also a good thing. Having heard the good news about Mob of the Dead, many players who took a long break from the series due to the horrible map selection at launch now came back to check out zombies again, and while Mob of the Dead could be a bit confusing, Buried was the perfect refresher to get back into the series.
I'm not safe here. You have to hurry.
I think it is at this point that Call of Duty Zombies began to attract some more popularity again. Of course, the player base was not as strong as it would have been if Black Ops 2 had any good maps on launch, but with a somewhat easier map to play and a really good but a lot more complicated map to play, the franchise wasn't bleeding fans by the day anymore. But Treyarch was not done quite yet. With Mob of the Dead being such a spectacular success, the team led by Jason Blundell set out to make another map, one to hopefully send off Black Ops 2 with a blast in the same spectacular fashion as Black Ops 1 Moon did. And, well, some of you might already know the story, but for a big part, they succeeded.
You wish to leave me here? Defy my will at your own risk.
Origins is the last map to be released for Black Ops 2 and is a spiritual successor to Mob of the Dead. Just like with Mob, it is fairly large but still quite easy to navigate, and it is packed with new features and more complicated mechanics for the player base to get lost in. There's a machine that can give you a random perk, very much like the mystery box gives you random weapons. There are giant robots walking over the map that at any moment can step on you.
Go down with Evan and... So what I'll do... There's no fucking way.
Yeah, actually those robots, the map would have been better without them. The real reason that this map is praised so much is because of its extended, long, and innovative Easter egg questline. The questline is once again front and center of the gameplay experience, with a little girl giving you many hints on what to do and what the next step is in order to complete the questline. And the end goal itself actually enhances the gameplay quite a bit, because it requires you to upgrade 4 elemental staffs.
Staff of Ice, cold as Siberian winter.
Which play out as being the equivalent to wonder weapons from previous maps. They really dish out some heavy damage and even come with upgraded melee attacks that one-hit zombies up until rounds in the 40s. When it comes to pure innovation though, it isn't as strong of a map as Mob was. Even things such as the power being split up in 6 generators, which is one of the main mechanics of the map that has you constantly running around, is something that was somewhat taken from the split power generators in Mob. Except in Origins, you need to babysit it a lot more. That's just a small critique though, and it still made these maps miles better than anything that came before it. Mob of the Dead and Origins were such home run hits with the player base, and that was in such stark contrast to Transit and Die Rise, that the former campaign team, Jason Blundell's team, would now set out to become the lead team for Call of Duty Black Ops 3 Zombies. The main map to come with Black Ops 3 Zombies at release was Shadows of Evil, a map that is not only one of the best looking maps to date thanks to the new engine and a style that's very reminiscent of BioShock, but also a map that is packed with the same type of mechanics that Mob of the Dead got a lot of praise for. It was therefore quite a surprise when the Black Ops 3 Zombies mode launched, and it wasn't the unanimous success that the team was hoping for. I mentioned that Mob of the Dead had you hit different generators around the map while you're in this ghost form. Shadows of Evil kind of has the same thing, but instead of turning into a ghost, you turn into this giant tentacle monster once per round. The ghost and the tentacle monster play out very, very similarly. Both have enhanced mobility, both have a way of dealing with zombies to help out the team even when you're in the form, and both are required to open up the map. Another similarity is that Mob of the Dead has you go through a lengthy setup process to get the Pack-a-Punch, the whole building the plane thing and then crashing down on the Golden Gate Bridge. Shadows of Evil has that too, but instead of building and flying away on a plane, you need to find specific items around the map and perform 5 separate rituals to collect gate worms to summon the Pack-a-Punch in the sewer system beneath the city. I know that sounds like a whole different process, but it plays out quite the same, in where you have to open up the map, find the missing parts, and put it all together at a specific place in the map. It's quite obvious that gameplay-wise, Shadows of Evil was a reimagination of Treyarch's most praised zombies map yet, and it has plenty of new features to top it all off too. The gameplay itself also got a lot of upgrades. Seeing how this was the first Black Ops game to fully take advantage of the PlayStation 4 and the Xbox One, the gameplay felt a lot smoother. Gone are the days of janky hit registration and movement, or knifing a zombie and missing and then suddenly dying. In Black Ops 3, you just don't really have that, at least not as often. These are all very positive things, right? I'm listing all these things down, and it sounds like it truly is a zombies experience never seen before at launch. It might make you wonder what all the controversy was about. And well, that just comes down to the difference in audience and who was actually playing these maps at the time of release. You see, Mob of the Dead released on April 16th, 2013. That was about half a year into the lifespan of Black Ops 2. That was at a time when only the more hardcore players would still be playing the zombies mode, especially seeing just how bad the previous maps were. It is no surprise then that a more complicated map with some more intricate mechanics would be received so positively. However, something that Treyarch did not consider is that when the same type of experience is presented to a more casual audience, the one that is present at a game's launch, it wouldn't be met with the same amount of praise. Common criticism is that the times of simply opening up a few doors, getting a good weapon out of the mystery box, and maybe getting a couple of perks are gone. Want to Pack-a-Punch your gun? Better follow this 6-minute jutsu tutorial step by step, or you're out of luck.
Hi guys, Mr. Waffles here. Yesterday I uploaded a video about the Shadows of Evil Easter eggs.
Their reception was so decisive that Treyarch eventually caved in and went as far to make changes to Shadows of Evil in order to make the Pack-a-Punch, and then by extension of that the Easter egg, easier, by shortening the time that the rituals took and allowing players to carry more than one gate worm at a time, so that if you just had one player in the game that knew what he was doing, he could carry the rest of them. Now, all of these issues could have been sidestepped if Treyarch simply had done the same thing that they did with Black Ops 1. Have an easier, more casual map for players to play at launch, and then the other map, the more difficult map. The funny thing is that there was another map at launch. I hadn't mentioned the Giant up until this point, but this was the other map that was available at launch and is an exact remake of D-Reese, which was a fan favorite. Seeing how it is a World at War map, and seeing how the zombies mode back then was a lot more simple, well, this map was very basic by today's standards. The problem here is that Activision got just a little bit too greedy and made the map available only for PC and the next generation consoles, and only if you bought a special edition of Black Ops 3 for at least $80, but oftentimes $100+. While it might not be the strangest thing to expect the hardcore audience to shell out a bunch of extra money for a new console or a more expensive version of the same game, the same cannot be said about the part of the player base that this map would have been best suited for. Of course, the map would be released to all players for a mere $6, half a year after launch, but I don't have to tell you that at that point, the damage was already done. Still though, it wasn't like the hardcore zombie player base had suddenly disappeared, and as much as the casual audience disliked the complicated maps, it was loved for those who had the time to invest. The only thing that Treyarch needed to do here is find a more proper balance, to where a map was playable and fun and easy to jump into for everybody, but still had all those secret things for the more hardcore audience to chase. This brings us to Der Eisendrache, which would be the next zombies map released, and is to this day often regarded as one of the best zombies maps ever created. It combines many of the best features of all the older maps, has a layout that is fairly easy to navigate due to a whole bunch of jump pads that you can come across. It has a Pack-a-Punch that isn't a pain in the ass to unlock, and the Easter egg steps, if you decide to go for that, give you those same special elemental bows, very much like the ones you got on the Oranges map, and they wipe the floor with zombies up until very high rounds as well. The Easter egg conclusion also gets a lot of nostalgia points because instead of blowing up the Earth from the moon, like in Black Ops 1, now you go back in time to change the timeline and blow up the moon before the moon blows up the Earth, in a questline that has very similar steps. I simply cannot overstate just how much effort would be put into these maps and into the Easter egg questlines that are present in them from this point on. On Der Eisendrache and the next 3 maps to be released by Jason Blundell's team, we're seeing the game develop in a whole different way than anything like before. We have boss fights now, almost like you're playing a Destiny raid where you have to figure out the mechanics in order to get to a damage phase of a boss. Of course, if you're comparing it to Destiny, the mechanics themselves aren't that complicated, but failure comes at a much, much greater cost, oftentimes one of being sent back to the main menu. Each map even released with their own concluding cutscenes to push forward the overarching narrative that Black Ops 1 kickstarted, and the production quality is pretty much comparable to what you'll see in the campaign. These maps are crazy in some of the best ways possible. One moment you're riding a dragon to get the Pack-a-Punch, which then you have to kill later in a giant arena, but not before holding off in a building with dozens of zombies coming at you at the same time. It is because of these moments and these maps that people often call Black Ops 3 Zombies the definitive zombie mode game. And if you're talking just about the maps, then I think anyone that has played these games can pretty much agree to that. But with so much focus being put on the spectacle, it was the gameplay that slowly started to take a backseat with each and every DLC released. One feature that was introduced with Black Ops 3 that I haven't really mentioned up until this point are the Gobblegums, and there's a good reason for that. Every Black Ops 3 zombie map now has a Gobblegum machine that works very much like the random perk machines found on Origins. You go to the machine, you take it for a spin, and you get a random Gobblegum that will then give you a random buff. You can only hold one at a time, but every first spin per round is free, meaning that every round you can choose to get a new one. And these aren't entirely random either, because you go into the zombies map with a loadout. You can pick up to 5 different Gobblegums, and then if you take the Gobblegum machine for a spin, you will only get one of those 5 Gobblegums. Surely, some of these had some powerful effects. It was maybe a get out of jail free card by going invisible for 10 seconds, or giving you a little bit of extra speed. They're powerful enough to save a run, or give you a clutch moment, but not to the point where it completely breaks the gameplay. Something that does have a tendency to break the gameplay though were the Mega Gobblegums. You see, Mega Gobblegums are a variation of the normal ones in that they are one-time use. You unlock them, you can use them once during a game, and then they're gone forever. Because of their one-time use, their effects are very, very powerful. And with every new DLC map, Treyarch released more and more powerful ones in the game. And of course, you could also buy these with real money. Perkaholic is an example of a Mega Gobblegum that is so powerful that it kind of breaks the game. It instantly gives you all the perks on the map. You can get this at round 1 and you never have to worry about perks anymore. Then there's shopping free, which makes every purchase free for 1 minute, allowing anyone to open up the whole map without spending any money. We have raindrops, which gives you one of each power-up, which means that you get a double point, insta-kill, a free fire sale, a free perk, you get money, and the list goes on. I've already mentioned the big trade-off of these, and that's that the Mega Gobblegums are one-time use. But not only is that just a bad excuse for Activision to have players spend more money on in-game currency to regain their used-up Mega Gobblegums, this one-time use feature also flat out could be avoided by dashboarding or by pressing Alt F4 before a zombies game would end. Activision never bothered to fix this, so I don't have to tell you how rapidly every public game became a power-up spawn fest.
Double points. Resistance is pure.
Fire sale?
There can be no escaping death. For Hellspawn, this is certain. For us, however,
Insta-kill. Double points.
What the fuck is going on here?
The simple solution to that would be to just say, don't use them. And you'd be right. But when players are given a path of significantly less resistance in video games, a lot of them are often going to take it. By the time that some of the later maps in Black Ops 3 launched, people had already been so used to the Mega Gubblegums that they didn't want to play without them anymore. And that then resulted in most of those later maps, despite being unique, well, they started to feel the same to a lot of players. Because it doesn't matter where the perks are located, it doesn't matter where the weapons are on the wall or what they are, it doesn't really matter how you best optimize your money, because all of that is taken care for by the Mega Gubblegums. It's very similar that way to the Black Ops 2 bank system, where the best strategy in the game was to simply get to the bank and buy out the whole map. The same thing really happened with Black Ops 3, only this time you don't even have to go to the bank because there's a Gubblegum machine in spawn. If you need another example of a map just being absolutely butchered by Gubblegums, I'll take you to a map that you're probably very familiar with, Moon. In addition to all the original maps, Treyarch also released a Chronicles map pack to end off the Black Ops 3 Zombies releases. And this map pack basically features a bunch of older, fan-favorite remade maps. One of them is Moon. So how does Moon get ruined by the Gubblegum machines? Well, one example is that the gimmick at the start of Moon is that you can stay in the spawn area before going to space to try and rack up as many points as you had the balls to do, as zombies got stronger very fast. If you're able to rack up enough points successfully, you might just be able to get yourself a Juggernaut at round 1, something that was unheard of on any other map. Being able to successfully pull this off was not always the easiest thing, but it gave the map an interesting risk versus reward factor right from the get-go. But now, with the Gubblegum machines, well, you can just hit the Gubblegum machine and get every perk instantly. It's the same for the hacking device. Why would you hack open the doors to spend less money if you can just open them for free? Why hack the mystery box if you can just get a fire sale on demand? Half of the things that made Moon unique, whether you like the mechanics or not, are made completely obsolete, and the only things that stand out to the player are the map-specific features that get in the way. This is why every map in Black Ops 3 mostly plays out the same, despite them being vastly different. So with all of that being said, you're probably watching this video thinking that I absolutely hate the Gubblegums. And I kinda do, but I also cannot entirely disagree with a rather large group of players that say Gubblegums were a fun addition to the game. Because, well, if you've already played every map a bunch of times, if you've already done all the Easter eggs a bunch of times, then yes, they can be a fun addition to the game. In that sense, I think Gubblegums act like cheat codes. I mean, I can't even begin to recall how many times I've spawned in a tank in GTA 5 City. No one really dislikes being able to spawn in a bunch of money, a fast vehicle, or the best weapons on demand, but that isn't something you would do on your very first playthrough if you cared about the story at all. I think that's where the Gubblegums went wrong. Features like these are often best reserved for when the player has already experienced all there is to a game and just wants to mess around. But in the case of Black Ops 3 Zombies, there was a very large monetary incentive for Activision to push the Mega Gubblegums to the absolute forefront of the experience. Although it is hard to say exactly how much money was being made from these microtransactions, the one thing I know for sure is that it was a lot. 2016 marked the release of Call of Duty Infinite Warfare, one of the worst received, worst selling Call of Duty games, with a trailer that still holds a record-breaking 4 million dislikes on YouTube. But despite that, the company still amassed an annual revenue of $6.6 billion, which is a 41% increase compared to the previous year, the largest year-to-year bump the company had ever seen. 3.6 out of that 6.6 billion, by the way, came from in-game purchases such as Call of Duty points and Overwatch loot boxes. Suddenly, Call of Duty Zombies wasn't just a selling point anymore. It had become a revenue stream powerhouse, which of course led to it instantly getting all the attention, budget, and resources it needed in the next Black Ops title. In 2018, Dan Bunting, studio head at Treyarch, announced that Black Ops 4 would not come with a campaign mode because all of the focus of the studio would be used on the competitive multiplayer and the cooperative zombies experience.
The zombies community has always been our North Star, which is why we took everything that you've taught us and put it on the table for discussion about where to go to next.
On paper, Black Ops 4 looked to be the best zombies experience that players had ever seen to date, even better than all of Black Ops 3. For starters, Black Ops 4 launched with 4 zombie maps. That's twice as much as any previous title. And all of that without much of a noticeable drop in quality, even compared to some of the best maps released up until that point.
It seems the passengers of the ship have been turned into a mystery box. Oh no, what will I do now after this terrible, terrible accident?
Yeah, wonderful!
Voyage of Despair puts you on the Titanic, which instantly makes it one of the bigger maps released thus far, but through clever placement of many portals, it is still fast to traverse even from one end to the other. The Pack-a-Punch was also very easy to unlock, just requiring you to activate the artifact, and then hold a button in each of the 4 possible Pack-a-Punch locations. This map was as inviting to new players as possible, and with this design, Treyarch was hoping to avoid many of the same pitfalls that they fell into with Shadows of Evil.
See that weird box of bones? It isn't quite as dangerous as it looks. In exchange for points, the mystery box will generate a totally random weapon for you.
No one cares about the passengers, huh?
They even created a zombies tutorial based on this map and went as far to create a whole new cast of characters with a new story so that players not familiar with the existing crew would not feel like they are lost when it comes to the story, because yes, the emphasis on story development from map to map continue to be on the forefront of the experience. The map 9 would, for example, be a direct continuation from Voyage, with an even easier to understand layout, an even easier Pack-a-Punch goal, yet it remains unique through some clever use of storytelling. The hardcore audience didn't get left behind this time either. They would not only get a Mob of the Dead remaster, but also a 5 remaster. Blood of the Dead alone was probably the most hyped up zombies map to ever come on a disc, and although it did not meet everybody's insanely high expectations, it does have that typical Treyarch polish everywhere you look. Whole new areas have been added, as well as a bunch of interesting mechanics to really spice up the known strategies. And the thing that I found most intriguing is the way that you set up power on this map. On the original, you of course had to go into a ghost form, but because you're now playing with a different set of characters, they don't have that available to them. The thing you have to do instead is build a shield that sucks the life out of the zombies, to then use a spirit blast on the same power buttons that you had in Mob of the Dead. And even if you look on the walls, it has no way out written everywhere, which is an obvious reference to the conclusion of the original map's Easter egg. If the game were to be judged on map selection at launch alone, this would have easily been the best zombies experience in the franchise. But unfortunately, to make a good zombies experience, you need a whole lot more than that. So, what were the issues with Black Ops 4? For starters, while this is not entirely the fault of the developers of the Zombies team, Black Ops 4 as a whole was littered with technical issues. Players couldn't connect to each other properly. The game would constantly freeze. People would often straight up get blue screens midway through an Easter egg. Even today, these technical issues still haven't fully been resolved. Just while recording the footage for this video, I've had multiple game freezes 25 plus rounds into a zombies match. I've had to use Hamachi just to connect to certain players, and I've even had one of the Easter eggs bug out right before the ending, after a 3-hour setup with a team that I communicated through with text chat. It's quite obvious to see that these technical issues get in the way of a lot of players just trying to enjoy the zombies mode, and it will result in a poor experience no matter how good the actual content is. But even if the game ran smoothly, it still would have faced a lot of criticism, because as good as the maps are, the gameplay itself has a lot of polarizing design choices that did away with a lot of the stuff that made previous zombies good. For instance, in Black Ops 4 we have the specialist weapons, which gives you an insane instant kill weapon that most true zombies, no matter how high the round is. And this thing is given to you pretty much at the start of the game. These specialist weapons can be compared to some of the Black Ops 3 Easter eggs weapons, but in Black Ops 3 they were fine, I guess, because as the name suggests, you had to do an Easter egg to get access to them. You had to put some effort into each and every game. Having these at the start of the game ruined a lot of the progression that a player could make throughout the Zombies game, much like the Gobblegums. And then we have the new perk system. Most of the perks that players are familiar with have been removed or replaced by a new one that works slightly different. Now, I'd be the last person to say that that in and of itself is something negative, as by the time that Black Ops 4 released, the players had been stuck with using the same perks for almost 10 years. And every time a new map launched, the first thing that people were looking for is if they added a new perk or not. Well, the reception to this was pretty good at launch. The thing that ultimately resulted in a negative sentiment was the fact that among the set of new perks, nothing similar to Juggernaut was added, which means that it was, generally speaking, a lot more difficult to survive in the higher rounds. Treyarch did rework the health system and now allowed players to take 3 hits before going down instead of 2, but 3 hits is still a lot less than 5. The idea was that the specialist weapons would make up for this. The best defense is strong offense, and Treyarch were hoping to speed up the gameplay this way. But many of the previous games' wonder weapons, and the ones in Black Ops 4, are just as effective at killing zombies as the specialist weapons, and those wouldn't go away after a couple of seconds of using them. All in all, the result was that the early game rounds are much easier due to the accessibility of what is essentially a wonder weapon, and the later rounds would be much more difficult because players would be able to get an overall less amount of health. Treyarch eventually caved into the pressure and made the default starting health require the player 4 hits to go down. But as you might imagine, this further butchered the early game difficulty even more. There are a bunch of other odd design choices, to put it lightly, like players having a whole loadout to go into a zombies match, for example. You could not only change the perks, but also the starting weapons, and you could actually get some really powerful weapons to go right into the map, like a pistol with a stiletto knife that allowed for 1-hit melees up until round 5, and 2-hit melees up until round 7. The whole zombies mode just felt very different from previous iterations.
Okay, we added a bunch of OP stuff, very deliberately, to try and reduce the barrier to entry for certain segments of the community.
A loadout system, spawning in with more health, a specialist weapon you get from the start. These things help even the worst players get past round 15 or 20, which means they are more likely to play more zombies and eventually spend more money in the in-game store that was closely tied to the zombies mode. Because yes, in Black Ops 4 Gobblegums are back, they're now just called elixirs, and you get them right at the start of the game because they're also part of your loadout. Many of the effects that the elixirs have are actually near identical to the Gobblegums as well, with everyone's favorites like shopping free, raindrops, and perkaholics being among them, with the most frustrating thing being that these elixirs would now be the only way to obtain more than 4 perks in the game. It's actually funny because the whole UI for the game was redesigned to only show you 4 perks on the bottom of your screen, because that would be the maximum of perks that you could have. But then, with elixirs, the perks kind of show up on the same spot that the perks in the previous games did. I will not say that I dislike all of these changes though to make the game more casual friendly. I like the fact that power-ups, for example, don't drop instantly, so you don't accidentally pick up a nuke when you don't intend to. It's nice that when you go down, there's a chance that you get to keep some of your perks, and I'm okay with zombies only giving you a set amount of points. I just wish that I could say that half of these changes were made to make the game better and not to draw in more players to the in-game store.
We're going to provide you with customizable tools and social systems to evolve zombies into a evergreen mode for daily, weekly, monthly, and yearly engagement.
Another thing that was supposed to make Black Ops 4 the definitive zombies game was the custom mutations they added, which allowed players to modify the game settings pretty extensively to fine-tune their experience. The reason that this didn't catch on though is that with any of the custom settings on, no matter how minor, the players would cease to get any experience from the games, and the Easter eggs on all the maps would also be disabled. Now, it is understandable that Treyarch wanted to keep some integrity to Easter egg completions, and of course they wouldn't want people to undermine their in-game store elixirs by just altering some settings to give them the same effect, but this just resulted in nobody ever using these features, aside from some YouTubers looking to make a map guide.
Hi guys, Mr. Holmes.
The last big pain point for a lot of players were the sheer difficulty of the Easter eggs. Almost everything in Black Ops 4 was made for the casual audience to the core, but then the Easter eggs were really tedious. They're difficult, but not for the right reasons. Treyarch avoided making setup for maps too difficult and too much of a pain, but in doing so, to create a long and difficult Easter egg, it also meant that every step of the Easter egg had to be disconnected from setting up the map. This is where some of the maps lost their beauty. Mob of the Dead and Shadows of Evil both had a lot of their Easter egg steps directly tied into getting the Pack-a-Punch and opening up the map. Doing the Easter egg after that felt like a more natural process. But for the Easter eggs in Black Ops 4, it all comes down to looking for one obscure thing after the other. This made it especially frustrating for solo players because on top of having to look around and remember the clock positions for 4 different clocks around the map and then putting in the right dials, you also have to make sure to keep some zombies alive. And it just so happens that for the first time ever in Call of Duty history, they did away with crawlers, while at the same time making it so that zombies automatically despawn after an incredibly short time. Which means that while you're doing the Easter egg steps, you have to run around the map dodging multiple zombies, making it very, very difficult to do these solo. Over the next year, 4 more zombie maps will be released for Black Ops 4, which didn't take any steps to try and remedy the existing issues. We first had Dead of the Night, which has some interesting steps requiring you to line up the beams of light with a couple of these panels and look at visions through crystals to get hints about where to find certain items. I think that these are reasonable quest steps that you could realistically figure out without a guide. Good start. Okay, so the Easter egg is quite good on this map. Until you get stuck and you realize that you need to try and find different zodiac signs around the map and then look at the number of scratch marks in and around the rooms that you find the zodiac signs just to figure out the code to open up the roof to a building. Yeah, okay then. What was perhaps the final nail in the coffin that would forever mark Black Ops 4 as a mediocre zombies game was that the main zombies team, led by Jason Blundell, was pulled from development on Black Ops 4 about half a year after the release of the game. They were pulled to work on the next Call of Duty, Black Ops Cold War, but they were never allowed to finish up either of the storylines they had set out to create for Black Ops 4. It's been reported that Black Ops 4 was originally meant to have 12 maps to finish up both of the unfolding storylines, and then a Chronicles 2 DLC map pack that would, just like the Chronicles map pack in Black Ops 3, bring back a lot of the fan favorite maps from older games. But since the focus of the zombie game mode for the leading figures at Activision had been the money for a while now, they didn't see much of a point in releasing that map pack or even properly finishing up the Black Ops 4 zombie storyline, because all that hard work and effort better be put in the next Call of Duty game where people are likely to spend more money on in-game purchases.
Pre-order a digital copy and get early access to the open beta and instant access to the Woods Operator Pack in Modern Warfare and Warzone.
Shortly after the team was pulled from Black Ops 4, it was also revealed that Jason Blundell had left Treyarch with no specific reason given. This could just be a coincidence, of course, and there could very well be other reasons for it, but all I know is that I'd too be pretty upset if the storyline that I had been working on for the past 6 years was not allowed to be finished properly. With Call of Duty Cold War coming out just 2 years after Black Ops 4 did, and with the usual Zombies team only having 1 year to work on it, all the while missing their previous lead director, what does the next zombie mode in the franchise look like? Well, it certainly looks a whole lot different, but it's not as bad as you might think. The game released with only one zombies map named The Machine, which was of course a big step backward compared to its predecessor. But the mechanics of zombies were reworked yet again, only this time they fixed most of the biggest issues that plagued Black Ops 4, while also making the gameplay feel a whole lot smoother. And when I say smooth, I'm not just talking about good performance or a good feel for it. It's objectively smoother. With every zombies mode, even with Black Ops 4, the terrain and the map layouts have always been a little bit awkward, because the zombie AI couldn't really hit you if you were standing on an elevated surface.
Look at these dudes. It's like having a pack of chewing gum in high school.
Treyarch had to make sure that every pair of boxes or every ledge was sealed off with a taller invisible wall, just so that players wouldn't have a safe spot to hold out in and survive from the zombies. This inevitably resulted in a somewhat clunkier experience, especially around staircases, where you feel like you should be able to jump over a railing, but because standing on that railing would literally break the game, you can't. Not without cheats at least.
This is what happens when you let people use your PC.
Cold War is nothing like that, and it allows the player to run freely around the map because they updated and reworked almost everything about the zombie AI. With player movement freed up to this extent, it has resulted in a completely different pace for the game, for better or for worse, depending on who you ask. To compensate for the increase in player mobility, the map did have to be adjusted quite a bit though. The middle is a nice throwback to the very first map ever to be released, but other than that, it's mostly just a collection of wide open spaces. If you think back that previously in Black Ops 1, maps would be judged on whether they had just one somewhat open space or not, it's a night and day difference. You can run a train almost anywhere, which instantly makes the game a lot easier. To compensate for this, the developers added many mini-bosses mid-round that started spawning after wave 10 or so, with some of them having ranged attacks. It still doesn't quite compensate for the loss of difficulty from the simple fact that it's a lot harder to get boxed in by the horde now, but it does enough to keep the rounds interesting and engaging because there's almost always a threat outside of the zombie train that has to be dealt with if you want to train zombies somewhat efficiently. I mentioned most of the Black Ops 4 issues had also been smoothened out, and I really mean that. Once again, the players can take 3 hits before going down, but the old perk system is back, including Juggernaut. This time though, it only gives players 50 extra health, which is more or less 1 extra hit. Now perks are able to be upgraded, which we'll get into soon, but already out of the gate this feels like a much more proper balancing adjustment than simply reworking all the perks and having nothing similar to Juggernaut in the game at all. Every perk is available on this map and every map going forward, and there is no 4 perk limit. Instead, the perks just get more expensive the more you have, which is a nice addition to the game and allows for player progression even far into the mid-game. Specialist weapons are back, sort of, they're now abilities, and I found them to be not nearly as strong compared to how strong they were in Black Ops 4. They finally made them fit within the player's kit without breaking the balance. And that is really the thing. Cold War heavily focuses on loadouts too, allowing you to spawn in with a wide choice of weapons to alter your playstyle. I've talked about the stiletto knife on the Strife for Black Ops 4, but in Black Ops Cold War they straight up allow you to spawn in with an assault rifle. This is something that a lot of people would scoff at if we would be talking about the older zombie modes, but I think Cold War gets away with it because on top of the already mentioned changes, Cold War completely RPGified the game mode, from weapons that come in different rarities, green, blue, purple, orange, and then yellow for the wonder weapons, to every zombie having a health bar, to you being able to buy ammo for any gun almost anywhere. There's an armor mechanic now that allows you to take more hits and upgrade it to a higher rarity. It kind of replaces the shield in that sense. And weapons now come with all sorts of attachments. They went completely off the rails with the loadout system, allowing you to upgrade perks, weapons, and pretty much anything outside of the game, which will then lead to an increase in performance when you go back in. It's good, it's fun, it's fast-paced action, but the conversation that has been had with this game is if all of it is still zombies. A good comparison to this would be to look at Assassin's Creed Odyssey, which is a good RPG open world game where you can create loadouts, pick abilities, get gear, level up, you know, all that stuff. It is a fun and a somewhat deeper sandbox. But the question that people have been asking around the Assassin's Creed games, especially Assassin's Creed Odyssey, is if it is still Assassin's Creed. Is it still that stealth game where you have to carefully plan out the way you travel not to be seen, or is it just an RPG with well-running mechanics now? The answer that most people have come to is the latter, and I would say that the answer for Cold War is very similar to that. If you put a health bar, for example, on top of every zombie, even on the big bosses, it instantly becomes less scary or less immersive. It instantly gamifies the experience and signals to the player that with enough bullets, it can be killed. This is a night and day difference from the first time that I saw one of those big monsters in Black Ops 3, who gave me a proper scare because when I saw them, I wasn't sure if I was going to be able to kill it or not, so the only option is to just run. It is just one example of how a simple thing such as a health bar can completely change the feel of a game mode for anyone except for the most experienced players. And that's not even close to the biggest change that Black Ops Cold War made. Zombies has a mini-map now that pings where the zombies are for you. It has kill streaks.
Chopper gunner on my grid.
Oh yeah, here we go. Time for the big points. were the zombies.
Now, a couple of months into the release of Cold War, another map would be released called Firebase Z, which was a much needed shake-up from just a single map that players had up until that point. But seeing how much of the gameplay changes were made in the loadout menu, even though it was a different map, it didn't feel that much different from what the machine had to offer, other than it being a little bit bigger. In fact, the big update that took everybody by surprise happened on the 25th of February, with Cold War dropping a new zombies open world type mode called Outbreak. This was perhaps the most divisive addition to the zombies game mode yet, and it's what really pushed it into a whole other genre of video game. This game mode drops you into a giant map with just a single central objective that you have to complete, and then also a bunch of smaller side activities that are optional. Zombies are worth much less per kill, but to make up for it, completing objectives around the map gives you a big cash injection. It is up to the players to decide how many objectives they want to do before completing the big one, and after you complete the big one, they can choose to exit and be ported to the next world with more tanky and lethal zombies. I think with this, Treyarch was very much aware that Cold War Zombies was different, but instead of trying to change it back to the old ways, they pushed the game out to the max and created something that would take full advantage of the newly created sandbox. Now, not everybody liked this, but for what they set out to do, it was a huge success. It is understandable that there was a negative sentiment from old school players, but it is also very easy to see, even for the most stubborn of players, that this mode can create experiences that would never be possible otherwise. And it's fun to parachute around while you see a couple of your teammates drive around on a snowmobile through hordes of zombies, only to meet one of those giant monsters guarding the path you originally wanted to take. It is easy to see why most of the development and care went into the Outbreak playlist rather than adding more old school maps to the game, because this type of setting fits the Cold War sandbox more than traditional maps. It does mean though that over the lifespan of the game, Cold War only got 4 dedicated zombie maps, with the last one being Forsaken, released in Season 6, which was also announced to be the last season that Cold War would receive.
Now, last week, Call of Duty Vanguard was announced for release on November 5th. You guys did Call of Duty World War II a couple years ago, 2017, and Sledgehammer. Now you're going back to WW2. How is Vanguard different than what you did before?
With the Cold War development stopping so abruptly in Season 6, that then leaves us with the most recent Call of Duty Zombies game that's called Call of Duty Vanguard, which was developed by Sledgehammer Games, but Treyarch was actually called in to help out on the Zombies mode, which is also why they had to quit working on Cold War. The idea for Treyarch to work on this Zombies mode is pretty simple. Cold War already changed the formula so much, and if Sledgehammer were to create their own iteration of Zombies with Vanguard, then we would have 3 games in a row with a vastly different Zombies mode from one another. While some people would appreciate the variation and the creative choices that these different studios can make, most people that buy Call of Duty today, they do it with a certain expectation, and that goes for the zombie mode as well. It is therefore no surprise that we see many of the mechanics introduced with Outbreak make a return and become central pillars of the Vanguard Zombies mode. We see objective-based gameplay return with reduced points for zombie kills and round-based progression that furthers the rounds only after the objective is completed. Unfortunately, it does not result into a good Zombies mode experience, because a lot of the other features that shaped Outbreak and what made it gel well in the eyes of the players that did enjoy that game mode, all of the things that you need to make it work, they're not present in Vanguard. Call of Duty Vanguard only released with one map yet again, and that map is even smaller than your traditional Black Ops 2 map. Instead of dropping you into one of many big maps and making your way to the main objective in whatever way you see fit, you spawn in on the map like normal, and you're forced to choose one of a few teleporters, which will then teleport you to a room to clear an objective, after which you're teleported back to start round 2. It might not sound that bad at first, but it just doesn't work on so many levels that I am honestly surprised that this is the mode that Vanguard launched with. I guess it has to be the result of Treyarch being pulled from Black Ops 4 to Cold War, and then from Cold War to Vanguard, being forced to create a new zombie mode for each game, but given less time to do so each and every time. The objectives that you're doing here, they're always one of 4. Either survive for some amount of time, or escort a flying head, or kill zombies and deliver their souls, or stop zombies from sacrificing. This is not too different from the Outbreak objectives. Those also didn't go much deeper than grab the zombie head, kill zombies, or escort this thing, do this repetitive thing. But it's also no secret that that was one of the biggest criticisms that the Outbreak game mode received. People were never into Outbreak for the objectives. It was more the rest of the experience that made it enjoyable. The giant bosses you might run into, the different big environments you cycle through round to round, the freedom of exploring, or the sheer size of the map in front of you while doing those objectives. Escorting something isn't fun because of the escorting. It can be very boring in fact, but it can also be a lot of fun when you're in the middle of all of the chaos that unfolds in the map. With Vanguard, they essentially took all of the good stuff away and they just left in the objective. And the even weirder thing is that the places that you get teleported to do the objectives are usually on the same map as the area that you start in. So instead of using teleporters, Treyarch could have easily made these objectives function similar to how they worked in Shadows of Evil in Black Ops 3, or in Dead of the Night in Black Ops 4. Staying alive for 3 minutes is no different than playing a lockdown event in either of those games, and making people use teleporters to start the next round and tying the round-based progression to it often just gets in the way of gameplay, especially in public lobbies where most players will play zombies, by the way.
Hello, David Hasselhoff, anybody home?
The majority, or sometimes even all players in a party have to agree to entering a teleporter to start the next round. This might not sound like a big deal, but it does mean that if you want to get into the higher rounds faster, and your teammate
my controller just turned off.
Zombies for minuscule amount of points for hours on end, well, I guess you're just not going to progress. And then, the worst of all is the exfil mechanic, which gives players the option to manually end the zombie after every round to get out with some bonus rewards. You can probably see where I'm going.
I guess I
but for some
didn't
reason,
set my alarm
people
right.
really want to leave the lobbies the very second the game gets interesting. I've had many instances where I just got a good weapon, or the enemy
12 minutes.
just started to ramp up a little bit for the game to become a little bit interesting and not as much of a snooze fest. And then little Eddie and Uncle Bob decided, hey, I've had enough. Let's end it here. We've had a good run.
They're actually leaving at round 11. After spending an hour farming zombies on lower rounds. For what then? Holy shit. I'm playing solo from now on.
There's also just a lot of stuff missing from Vanguard zombies. You can't buy any doors to open up the map. That is because the map is opened up with objectives, which is okay, I guess. But there also aren't any weapons or equipment on the walls, so you're only really opening up the map for perks,
I must have
and because you're
calculated
to go to the next round. I actually do like
my phone alarm wrong.
There are only 5 perks, but you can
I think my phone alarm
3 times to get
is set to go off in like 20 more
it's
minutes.
Kind of similar to how Cold War did it, but instead of just a one-time purchase in a menu, you have to do this each and every game. So in that sense, it's less based and more in-game progression based, which is what I prefer. But yeah, no weapons on the wall means that the only way to get weapons is from the mystery box.
My controller just turned off.
Enemies, because they also have a chance to drop it. The worst part is that the mystery box also scales with time. So at the start, it will only give you rarity tier of green or blue, which is a bit on the lower end. But then as you get further into the round, you're more likely to get purple weapons, which are backup
I'm so tired.
There's still a very small chance for you to get a purple weapon at the start of the game, but it's much, much less exciting than going to the box and being able to get a wonder weapon on round 1. Now, not too long into the game though, a second map was released, which was called Terra Mildicta. Yes, that is how you say it. And you'd think that the release of a second map would be a nice welcome addition, since Vanguard, again, only had one zombies map at launch. But due to many of the design choices
moving because I only have one controller. Oh, see, I can't scroll.
You unlock the areas by completing the exact same 4 objectives.
I
just to get to the
love
5 perks,
VR chat one-handed mode.
In a way, the second map is even worse, because the first one actually had you go do a special objective called the Void, which is where you'd be sent to Shino Numa and be forced to hold out against 2 waves of zombies. This was somewhat more difficult than
your hair's all pink.
But I played Terra Mildicta up to 30 rounds in this objective-based game style, and not once did I get a special objective.
Hey Treyarch, can we get a new objective, please?
Wow.
Whoever you think you're talking to, Dempsey, I don't think they're listening.
With all of these issues,
She
it's
done
easy
up
to
the
see why
emissions.
community feedback and sentiment has been overwhelmingly negative regarding zombies. It has been so negative, in fact, that Treyarch felt pressured enough to go back to the old round-based gameplay that people had grown to be used to. On the 21st of June, Call of Duty released a trailer called Shino Numa Zombies Returns.
Time for
which
another
delivered
nap.
exactly
God,
what
I
you'd
could
think
go
it
for
is
one.
just from reading that
I
title.
could.
They
I
remastered
could
the
just
Call of
put this
Duty
blanket
World
up.
War
I could
map
just
Shino
put this
Numa
blanket back
for
over me and.
and gameplay would be round-based this time,
Okay, good
and not
night,
objective-based. While the
Good night.
intentions may have been good with Treyarch trying to give the players what they wanted after their objective-based modes did not work out, it felt extremely lazy, mostly because most of the map was already in the game in the form of that special Void round, and also for the fact that this is the third time they had remade this map. Admittedly, the map does have some newer parts which change the flow of it quite a bit,
no, I
but with the
can't.
original map design being over 13 years old at this point, it really does give away the signal that Treyarch just doesn't know what to do anymore. The last slap in the face for a lot of players was when on the 24th of
I got a
August,
really
the
bad
map
wake up.
Archon was released, which would be the last map for Call of Duty Vanguard Zombies, and this was just
I got woken up like a few hours ago. Someone trying to like get into my room.
Round-based gameplay where you kill zombies and spend
That
points
was
on
awful.
opening the map instead of completing objectives. Aside from the obvious fact that this is not really
I
the
heard like a
thing that
knock at the
most
door
already
and then someone
disgruntled
trying to
zombie
open the
players were
door and I
hoping
was
for,
like,
it just also
well,
doesn't work
where
the
am
way
I?
you would expect it to. The map was designed around the objectives
Yeah.
true and true, which means that the moment you take those away, it loses
like into my
any
bedroom,
and all
not just the
discipline.
house.
To demonstrate this, I simply decided to sit right next to the armor repair station starting at round 25, and I just wasn't gonna move to see how long I would last, not using any of the advanced movement mechanics.
Blah.
And just to show you, by round 35, I was still doing the same thing, with the same weapon, without ever needing to move, other than to get
Literally,
some upgrades from my
Andre.
perks.
This is really how all of the Call of Duty pros train their aim. This is the secret sauce right here. Forget about aim labs or Kovacs. You just hop into this map and you
Good
just
morning,
stand in this
water.
spot, and I mean your aim will be top 1% in no time.
Now I could go on for a very, very long time
Level
and talk about all of
82.
Vanguard's flaws and issues and problems, but this video is already long enough, and I
Another
think you got
two
the
and a
point.
half
It
to
is very obvious
go.
that Activision is
Yippee,
either completely
halfway.
exhausted the Treyarch Zombies team, forcing them to reinvent the
Yippee.
formula again and again and again on a shorter and shorter timescale, or they have simply straight up cut the resources for the Zombies mode by a very large margin. The success of Zombies in the Black Ops 3 days are undeniable, but the current success of Warzone is even greater. And it
Blah.
surely is making Activision a lot more money now than the Zombies mode ever did. So it's not really unrealistic to think that a lot of developers have been moved over to the development of Warzone. I don't think that Zombies is completely doomed yet though. If it is just a case of the Zombies team being exhausted and not having enough time for their Zombies mode, then the next Call of Duty game developed by Treyarch should put an end to that, because it was delayed to 2024, which means that we will not see the game for 2 years, and that should be enough time to come up with a good product. And if it is the case that Activision cut the budget because Zombies is not as popular as it once was, well, games in the past have proven that really good zombie experiences can be made with a
Just wanna
relatively
go back
smaller
to
budget.
sleep.
So either way, what the next zombie game is really going to prove is if it's just a lack of resources and time, or if the problems are a lot deeper rooted and the developers don't really know what to do with the mode anymore. Anyway, that's going to be the end of the video before I end up rambling way too much. I wanted to thank you all very much for
Sada,
watching.
we have the
and,
same
I'll see
sleep
you all
schedule.
soon-ish, whenever I feel like uploading again. Bye.
But coffee time. Real. Bye. Bye. Have I had you eat? No eep. I... get maybe some. Is that some? Get some. Did you sleep with the headset on? Not good. Yeah. You slept with the headset on? Oh god. Yeah, I think. So I set the timer to be 6.5 hours. And then it took me at least like half an hour to get to sleep because I remember looking and it was already like 6 hours left. And I was like, fuck. And then I got woken up because someone was trying to get in. I couldn't get back to sleep for another hour after that happened. I laid here for an hour trying to get back to sleep. So I think I got like 4.5 hours sleep. Yippee. You had no idea when you passed out. Yippee. You think you passed out when I was at the house party map? Wow, that was a long time ago. Like, are you saying you just woke up, Trick 9? You've been up a few hours, okay. I got some serious morning voice right now. Yippee! 8 from 5, 5 from 8. My nose is blocked. I love sleeping in VR. Yes! Yippee! Mally gifted 5 subs to try and wake me up? Or just cuz? Mally. Thank you, Mally. So true, Ada. So true. Oh, I'm so EP. The only thing that can wake me up is gifted subs. It's just XDD business. It's just big business. Can stream just be? Can stream just be? Cute. you to mute. Blah. Blah. Hi Yuki, hi Demi, hi Teddy, hi Drake9, hi Dan, hi Luna, hi Nyan, hi Ada, hi Octal, hi Demi, hi Andre, hi Matheson, hi Silvara, hi Teddy, hi Luna, hi Robot, hi. Hi. Hi everyone. Hi Dog Biscuits. Meow. Hi Kyrie. What if I just close my eyes just for like 10 seconds? Just quick rest. Oh, I remember my dream. You were there. Okay. So I dreamed that Amber and I we're at a theme park, like a Universal Studios kind of thing. It was more like a water park, I think. We're at a water park, and we were in line to go on a ride, but the line was like up in the air. You had to like climb up a thing to get in the line. And we were sitting there, like in the line, just signing to each other. We weren't talking. We were just signing to each other. And as the line went on, eventually, it was my turn to get on the ride. And the ride was probably, maybe the video that was playing just now had something related to it, but the video just ended up being a Call of Duty Zombies map that then turned into a water slide at some point. It was, that was a weird one. Oh yeah, and I was live during it. I was like, yeah, I was streaming me doing this Call of Duty Zombies map in real life. It's funny how my dream just basically put together everything that was happening, into this weird little dream. I think my other controller turned off. I'm armless. I've got no arms. I've got no arms. When we playing Helldivers, no Helldivers. What did you say? Just need stay now. I mean, I can't leave now. My controllers are turned off. Yippee. Drinking from my water bottle. Blah. Mogo tea, big dog woman, literally. Makwakwa only just followed me on Twitch 6 hours ago. Motherfucker's been raiding with us in SOD for like a month. I see the notification. What the? Yeah, it's a schedule thing. Surely. Man. Well. The bed is so comfy. Why is bed so comfy? Wow. Comf bed, real. Real. How different is the comfort levels on the new headset? Beeping. So I actually put my index headset back on to beep. I can talk about that. I didn't think that I'd be able to sleep with the Quest headset on, so I put the index back on. The index is definitely more comfortable, but not as comfortable as I remembered. It's still not that great. I never noticed on the index the screen door effect, but after going from the Quest Pro to the index, I can now notice the screen door effect. I can see the pixels on the resolution. Resolution is a fair bit lower than the Quest Pro, I guess. Oh. What else? I forgot how bulky the index is. The index is very bulky. This thing's very large. Nah. crowdfund a big screen and get paid, but then cry. Oh, there's my alarm. Yeah, my alarm was a bit off. It's time to do my DLs. Is a reset midday or something, Matheson? Okay, I suppose I should get out of VR. No, no. Why are you signing no? If you... If you get up, I need to get up. Please stop signing at this time of morning. I sign when I want to. You can get fucked. Well, Matheson, she said, I can sign when I want to, you can get fucked, so elbows her. Who gets that shocking link? Halt. That's a good way to wake you up. I didn't get that one. I need... I should. When you wake up in what? When people try to get in. Oh, jet. I'm stupid. Hi, Ada. Yippee, Porter Robinson, yippee. Blah. My phone is buzzing. Why is my phone buzzing? Alright, I need to do stuff. Why does stuff exist? Why can't none of this... Why? Both subs still secure? Oh shit. I could do that tonight. Wake up timer ended an hour ago. Hi, Terry. Hi, Terry.